Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to Budget 25. Mr. Speaker, I want the Hansard to record my unwavering support for Budget 2025, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, is realistic, visionary, and transformative for our nation. Before I start the main part of the presentation, Mr. Speaker, or my contribution, let me take a moment to commend the Minister for Finance for a profound and inspiring presentation last Friday. Minister for Finance, take a bow. Your commitment to our country and its progress is very clear. May I also take the opportunity to commend and thank the Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Finance, both the Senior and Deputy Permanent Secretary, especially the staff within the Budget Division for their hard work and diligence. Their work certainly have not gone unnoticed. I would also like to use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the staff of the Ministry of Carriacou and Petty Martinic Affairs, the staff of the Parliamentary Office, and of course, the people of Carriacou and Petty Martinic who have journeyed overseas, Mr. Speaker, to be here with us today as I give the response. I would also like to acknowledge our new Permanent Secretary, Linwal Perry. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of things today, about broken promises, giving the impression that Grenada is in shambles, that this government is not performing, and that the economy is doing so bad, etc. That, Mr. Speaker, is farthest from the truth. And I can't understand how people believe or will give the notion that there are broken promises. In 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, promises made and promises kept. For example, pension payments. Promise made, promise kept. Bi-monthly salary payments. It's a promise that were made and a promise kept, Mr. Speaker. The great mathematician, the father of the house as they dub him nowadays, Mr. Speaker, through you, said that it's impossible, it cannot be done. But Mr. Speaker, the new sheriff in town, the Bright Mitchell, has implemented something that the great mathematician said that is impossible to do. Promise made, promise kept. Free tuition payment, Mr. Speaker, not just for a selected few in terms of what used to happen in the past. It's a promise that was made, and we kept that promise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pay and grade issue. This budget has addressed it. It's a long-standing matter, Mr. Speaker, that the police men and women has been clamoring for many years. A promise that was made, and we kept that promise. Take in mind, Mr. Speaker, that it's only 2.5 years. The regularization of public workers, Mr. Speaker, over 1,700 workers by December will be regularized. Promise made and promise being kept. Where are the broken promises? You were there for 20 odd years. Some of these things could not have been achieved. In 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, you are seeing us demonstrating that we care about the people and we care about what we say because we are implementing what we say we would do. New schools, new police headquarters, upgrade police stations, etc., Mr. Speaker. Promises made, promises kept. And I heard the talk about healthcare. No, I agree, healthcare is not just about a building. And the Minister of Health spoke about it, and of course we'll deliberate about it more. But we must address the healthcare issue in Grenada. And one of the many steps that we have taken is to start the launch of Project Polaris. And the Minister of Finance spoke about the groundbreaking activity, if you want to put it that way, that will take place sometime this year. A new hospital, among other things, are coming as we address the healthcare issue in our country. Promise made and promise kept. It's work in the pipeline, but Mr. Speaker, we will get there. All of this in 2.5 years. Just imagine what we will be able to do in 25 years and more. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to address some concerns, if you want to put it that way, that were made by my good friend, the leader of His Majesty's opposition. And let me pause, Mr. Speaker, to commend and to congratulate Member Emlyn Paye on her ascension as the leader of opposition, Mr. Speaker. One, the member stated that concessions and support has ended in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I want the world to know that this is not so. If people are interested in concessions as it relates to the response to burial, rebuilding material, etc., including the removal of VAT on building materials, etc., there's a process. You go through the burial secretariat that is led by Mr. Devon Baker in the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. You apply for the concession, and the concessions will be waived or granted in this case. So the notion that is given to the public that it has stopped, that is not the case, and I want to set the record straight here today, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, let me also put on record, because I heard the talk that farmers and fishers not given support, and there was a meeting and people stormed out of the meeting and black tank, etc., etc. I'll address it later down, but I think it's important to just highlight it. 179 fishermen applied for support for their boats which were damaged. Out of that 179, Mr. Speaker, 132 of those boat owners, those fishermen, receive support. And the support here, Mr. Speaker, means that whatever damage that was done, whatever damage that was caused, or the cost of the damage due to burial, the government committed and has paid half of the cost. So in some cases, for example, if the damage was $100,000, the government of Grenada transferred 50% or $50,000 to the boat owner or to the fisherman so that we could assist them in the repairs to their boats, Mr. Speaker. And out of the 179 fishermen that applied, 132 received support, leaving 47 who has not been paid, who has not been given the assistance. And my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, has guaranteed me and the team and fishermen in Carriacou that the support is on the way. 118 farmers were also assisted, given income support, Mr. Speaker. And the issue as it relates to black tank, Mr. Speaker, 500 black tanks were distributed to farmers in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Yes, there might have been one or two that might have been left out, but that does not say they would not be assisted. And we would work on it. So I'll be working closely with my good friend who seems to have more information than me to get the names of the farmers and provide the necessary assistance, because in the end of the day, we're in this to support and to represent people. So I thank you for raising those concerns, my dear friend, and we'll work together for the greater good of the people. Mr. Speaker, to the gist of my presentation, pre-Hurricane Beryl and budget implementation, work on the Windward Fish Center, Mr. Speaker. A fish center, Mr. Speaker, that we demolished because of the deplorable condition it was in. And our commitment, Mr. Speaker, to provide a quality center for the fishermen of Windward and surrounding area, Mr. Speaker, is now 98% completed, Mr. Speaker. And we are committed in ensuring that we open the facility, hopefully, sometime in April. So PS Spirit and team is on standby, noting the date that I have given. But the intention is by April of this month, the people of the fishermen of the northern side of Carriacou, Windward and surrounding areas will have a new fish center, Mr. Speaker, top of the line, state of the art fishing center, and I'm proud about that. And the jetty facility would also be built to accommodate the fisher folk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, boat building initiative in Carriacou. As you might be aware of, Mr. Speaker, we budgeted some funds to assist in the reviving of boat building in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique has partnered with Ambassador Piero Zipoli, Ambassador for Investment, Mr. Speaker, and we have launched a boat building school initiative. We can't talk about our culture and our rich heritage about boat building, etc., and not do anything to protect and to enhance and to keep those rich traditions alive. And Mr. Speaker, this boat building initiative will be completed sometime this year. It is now 70% completed. The intention is that we will build boats. We have already started finding markets for those locally built boats. So just to give a little backdrop, the ambassador normally does trade shows, massive trade shows in Europe and in the Middle East, etc. He will be bringing some of those locally built boats to Europe and other places to help promote the boat building initiative in Carriacou and to find markets for those boats. The intention is that we will create employment opportunities, we'll keep the tradition alive, and it will help us promote and market Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Those are the initiatives that we are doing in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Roads, and let me just pause up for a minute. I ain't taking no praise for no road. Roads are something that any government and any member of parliament, this is what we're supposed to do. But it's important for me to highlight some of the work that we are doing, because I have to give an account to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique and to the nation as a whole. Bel-Air Road project, Mr. Speaker, a major road project in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, you would understand that we started the project sometime in 2024 thereabout, and of course Beryl slowed us down quite a bit, but work has since commenced. So there's two roads in Bel-Air, but three portions, Mr. Speaker. The bottom portion, which is about over 1,000 feet of road, has been completed. We are now doing the top portion of Bel-Air, which is about 800 feet thereabout, and the bypass Bel-Air Road, Mr. Speaker, we have completed. This is the hospital bypass road, Mr. Speaker. Those projects, Mr. Speaker, will help with the access to and from the hospital and to and from the village of Bel-Air and surrounding area, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of those projects. I am proud of it because it's locally funded, Mr. Speaker. Major road projects, Mr. Speaker, which directly benefit the people, creating hundreds of jobs and many opportunities for a number of people in different ways, Mr. Speaker. The Bellevue South Road, Mr. Speaker, is another road project that is under construction, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of, which, of course, gains greater access, give access to the residents in the Bellevue area. Bottom Lawrencetown is another road project that has been done, Mr. Speaker. There's still some more work to be done, but we've started the process and we will finish it. Upper Lawrencetown as well, Mr. Speaker. We have done the road project. There's still a lot of more work to be done, but we are getting there, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of those initiatives, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to roads. Mr. Speaker, a project which I am extremely happy about, which it's a brainchild of mine, in the sense that I always wanted to see an underwater sculpture park in Carriacou. And I'll give a little joke just now. All right. The member for St. John's tell me don't give the joke, and maybe I won't give it in truth. But the member of St. John's tell me I'm getting too much a thing in Carriacou. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the passion that I have for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, some of the permanent secretaries on mainland and some of the statutory bodies, they now understand where I'm coming from when I come with the passion and say, we need X and Y for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and we need it now. Because for too long, the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique have not been given the attention that we needed. So I go with a lot of passion, and I'm happy that some of those projects have been implemented. So the Underwater Sculpture Park, Mr. Speaker, a project which Beryl could not have stopped us from launching. Mr. Speaker, it will be bringing a number of benefits to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Already, there are people who visit the site, and out of the visit, Mr. Speaker, a number of those people have fallen in love with Carriacou. Some of them said they ain't going back, and some of them already started telling others about the Underwater Sculpture Park, and a number of people are visiting the site, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the #1 attraction site in the Grenadines Island, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to be associated with an administration that has hidden the call and implemented such a wonderful initiative. I want to pause and commend and recognize Ms. Petra Roach, the CEO of the Greater Tourism Authority, and Mr. Randall Donnell, the chairman of the Greater Tourism Authority, for accepting, for considering and ensuring that this project became a reality, and all other partners who are involved in this very important initiative. So, member for St. John's, we've gotten our underwater sculpture park, the first in the Grenadines, and I'm proud of that. Mr. Speaker, night landing at the Lawrencetown Airport, soon to be the Hubert Blaise Airport in Carriacou. Work started before Beryl in purchasing the equipment, in doing all the necessary work. Of course, you know, Beryl came, slowed us down, and we are now putting plans. Plans have already been put in place to start back the installation of those very expensive equipment on the runway and in other parts of Carriacou to accommodate night landing in Carriacou. So by the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, aircrafts will be able to land in Carriacou for the very first time in a big way. So I'm proud again, Mr. Speaker, as we do these initiatives, we are doing these initiatives taking into consideration the future of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. You see, the actions we are taking, Mr. Speaker, is not for the now. The actions we are taking is for the future, as we accelerate, as we lift Carriacou and Petite Martinique higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the refurbishment of the Paradise bathroom facility, project before Beryl. Of course, Paradise Beach, as you all know, is a renowned beach, one of the best beaches in the world, the best beach in Grenada. But I won't debate, we're not in a debate now talking about the best beach, because I know the member for South St. George will say Grand Dance is the best, and knowing the member for St. John, she may see one of the beach in St. John's is the best. But what I do know is that Paradise Beach is the better of the best. Mr. Speaker, so upgrades to the washroom facility, Mr. Speaker, has been done. A lifeguard tower, Mr. Speaker, has also been erected. Of course, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of Beryl, that too was disappeared. I don't think we even see a trace of the lifeguard tower. But I will talk about an initiative that we intend to do, which will ensure that we rebuild a lifeguard tower and other things on Paradise Beach to really and truly represent what we see in terms of it being the best beach in Grenada and in the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motorbikes were given to the police in Carriacou and Petit Martinique before Beryl, an initiative by the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And you know, we are serious about the safety of the people, the residents of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And of course, the police means a lot to us. And they assist us in keeping Carriacou and Petit Martinique safe. So whatever tools that we can give them to enhance safety on our islands, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen law enforcement, we will do so. So I'm happy about that initiative. The Kako Power Station Road was something, another project that was done. The Leicester Solution Drain project was done, Mr. Speaker. And the Mount Pleasant Road, Mr. Speaker, all of those are part and parcel of what we have achieved, Mr. Speaker, in the first half of 2024. All of those projects that I talk about, that's the first half of 2024. I want you to understand, the project that I just mentioned, and it's not all, I just give you a synopsis of how busy the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique has been with the hard-working and dedicated staff of the ministry has been, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, Beryl then struck, leaving a trail of devastation behind. 98% of housing destroyed. Mr. Speaker, from our educational facility, I don't think there were any educational facility that was spared apart from Bogus Pre-Primary. Teacher Adams? Our hospital, the roof went. Our police station, government buildings, our solar panels in Limle, which should have been able to withstand Category 4, 5 hurricanes, Mr. Speaker, that too was impacted. Our airport, Mr. Speaker, was roofless. Our port, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on, leaving a trail of destruction. Debris piled up all over Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, one person, after flying over Carriacou, hours after Beryl, said Carriacou looked like a dump site, with the level of debris all over, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 9 months later, where are we? Repairs are being done on the Mount Pleasant Government School. In some instances, it's completed. The Leicester RC School repairs have been completed. Petit Martinique RC School repairs have been completed, both to the primary and the pre-primary. Hillsborough Government School, primary and pre-primary work is done. Bishop's College, Mr. Speaker, work has been completed. Hillsborough Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, work has been completed. And some people have the guts to say nothing has been done in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. You could highlight every bad thing, but you can't highlight the positives. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of us thought school would not have resumed after Beryl. Some people thought we had to resume school this year. In 2 months' time, Mr. Speaker, after the passage of a Category 4 hurricane, but in a Category 5, all schools were in operation. Repairs have been completed and in some cases on the way. And I'm happy to announce here too, Mr. Speaker, that the Dover Government School work will commence this year to rebuild a new, modern Dover Government School. Isn't that progress? Isn't that boots on the ground leadership? That is leadership. In 9 months, some of the countries that have resources galore can't perform like we have, Mr. Speaker. And this is a true testament of the leadership of Honorable Dickon Mitchell and the Cabinet of Grenada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while on education, I must highlight the support that was given to the students of Carriacou and Petit-Matic from TAMCC. Monthly stipend has been given to the students. Because of course, you know, TAMCC building in Carriacou destroyed, so the students had to be relocated in Carriacou to continue their education. Monthly stipend has been provided to the students, Mr. Speaker. A one-off $3,000 payment was made initially, and thereafter every month $2,000 to assist them with accommodation, food, etc., Mr. Speaker. And we've also provided each student with a laptop. Testament, Mr. Speaker, that we are concerned about the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic and the education of our students. But don't forget to that, Mr. Speaker. All of the students who have applied to university, especially the University of the West Indies, Mr. Speaker, you know what the Cabinet has done? The Cabinet has given each and every one of them 100% scholarship, Mr. Speaker. Testament that we are a caring government and we are concerned about the future generations of the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic, Mr. Speaker. The free breakfast program, and where's the Minister for Education? He's not here. The free breakfast program and lunch, Mr. Speaker, in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl for the students of Carriacou and Petit-Matic went extremely well, and I wish we could continue the program because it was a success and it assisted a number of families in Carriacou and Petit-Matic. So I must give commendation to the Cabinet for making such a bold decision to ensure that our students were not left hungry. Mr. Speaker, health facilities. The Minister for Health is here. I must commend him. Mr. Speaker, I want you to understand, our hospital was basically non-functional after Beryl. The roof gone, water, equipment spoiled, couldn't function. Mr. Speaker, today, and before going there, thanks to Samaritan Purse and other organizations that came in the immediate aftermath to assist us with the medical crisis that we were experiencing in Carriacou and Petit-Matic. But in about 2 to 3 months thereafter, our hospital was back in operation, Mr. Speaker. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, leadership. And I commend the Ministry of Health for such swift action in ensuring that our hospital is now functioning. Yes, there is some work that still needs to be done because some of the equipment that was spoiled or damaged has to be replaced, and work is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that that happens, and I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Leicester Clinic, Mr. Speaker, Mount Pleasant Clinic, Petit-Matic Clinic, Mr. Speaker, those clinics, and Winwood Clinic, those clinics were destroyed or damaged, during Beryl. The roof, some of the roof was practically gone and all of the equipment has been damaged, Mr. Speaker. I am happy, and if you look at the screens, that the Leicester Clinic roof has now been completed. The refurbishment is completed, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy about that. On the screen, you would see the Winwood Health Center, Mr. Speaker. True testament of boots on the ground leadership. The roof is now covered, the refurbishment is now done, and a date will be set, Mr. Speaker, for the grand opening, Mr. Speaker. Work will commence on the Petit-Matic Clinic sometime later on this month, and of course a new date or date will be given for the work to commence on Mount Pleasant Clinic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are committed in delivering services to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic, not just by our words, but through our action, Mr. Speaker. Action speak louder, way louder than words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police station, roofless, equipment spoiled, the courthouse, etc. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, and I want to pause to thank the Guyanese Defense Force for their swift action, Mr. Speaker. President Ali and his team must be commended. And I must also thank the hard-working policemen and women in particular, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank two officers, the two Charleses who came to Carriacou to assist. ACP John Charles and ASP Glenn Charles, who assisted, and a number of other officers, Mr. Speaker. Clarence Joseph, who led the Pity Matnick team, and all the other officers, Mr. Speaker, to thank them for their steady hand in ensuring that safety was kept in Carriacou and a level of calm was kept in Carriacou and Pity Matnick during those tough times, Mr. Speaker. So the police station is now refurbished, and I am happy about this. I'm kind of surprised that the Parliament sent me this note. You've got to be kidding me. So, the resource center, Mr. Speaker, the resource center, which was impacted by Beryl, is now in operation, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, that is the area that the Ministry of Carriacou and Pity Matnick is temporary in. Look at this. And I'm grateful for the work that has been done, again through testimony of the leadership that's in Carriacou and Pity Matnick. The Hillsborough Fish Center, Mr. Speaker, fish market, was damaged. I'm happy to report that the fish market is now back in operation, Mr. Speaker. Let me turn now, Mr. Speaker, to housing in Carriacou and Pity Matnick. I'm putting on record once again my sincere gratitude to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the Hands That Serve organization for donating 27 prefab homes to the people of Carriacou, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of these people are now residing in their homes, and I'm proud of that. Those homes, Mr. Speaker, came fully furnished. So these recipients have much to worry about. 24 homes, Mr. Speaker, has been, either it's under construction or has been delivered by the Division of Social Development, led by Ms. Nadina Williams, to the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnick, Mr. Speaker. Some 40 or so Build Back Better homes have either been handed over or under construction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of those Build Back Better homes will be delivered to some of these recipients on Wednesday coming of this week. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, 20 prefab homes were purchased by the government of Grenada from Happy Homes, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnick. It means, Mr. Speaker, some 110 homes are either under construction or has been delivered to the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnick in under 9 months after a devastating hurricane. I want you to understand this. This is 9 months of a devastating hurricane, Mr. Speaker. And all of this has been achieved. This is not no category 1 or category 2 or category 3. Ivan was what, a category 3? This is a category 4 hurricane. Bordering a category 5. Hospitals, schools, health centers, airport, seaport, destroyed. And most of which are now back up and running, functional, Mr. Speaker. And in 9 months, you could either deliver or have under construction 110 homes, Mr. Speaker. If that is not testimony or testament to leadership, Mr. Speaker, then what is? What is? Yes, I agree, more can be done and should be done, Mr. Speaker. But we have to also understand what we are dealing with. There's a shortage of building materials, not just in Grenada, but in the Caribbean. There's a shortage of labor, meaning everybody working. Who ain't working, ain't want to work. So shortage of materials, shortage of labor. And instead of the opposition coming up with a plan or suggestions, you're just attacking. No houses, with the houses. You can't be serious. If you are serious and genuine about the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnick, you could have come up with solutions. Come, let's sit and let's talk. Let's work together in the great interest for and on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. But you know what? The people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique watch it, you know. They know who genuine and who not genuine. And we're waiting to send a loud and strong message very soon. If you think the message was loud in Beauséjour, you wait very soon and you would see. Mr. Speaker, homeowners assistance. Some 200 homeowners were assisted with roofing material, Mr. Speaker. Support. And I'm happy that this initiative has bear fruit, Mr. Speaker, because a number of homeowners in Carriacou was able to put back the roof on their heads, if you want to put it that way, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the assistance that we have given, Mr. Speaker, and I am extremely proud about that. Totaling somewhere in the region of $30 million, Mr. Speaker. This is clear testimony that in addition to the 110 homes or so that we have under construction or delivered, we are also assisting residents with support to put back their roof through material assistance, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the support to farmers and fishermen, but we gave them financial aid, Mr. Speaker. Some fishermen got boat engine, farmers got water tank, farmers got fencing materials, farmers got feed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the farmers and fishermen in Carriacou did very well. And we are committed even more to do even greater things for them in 2025 and beyond. Understand, it's a process. Everybody won't get right away. It's a process, but we are working the greater interest for all the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Hurricane cleanup, Mr. Speaker, the debris cleanup, 98% of Carriacou is now cleaned up, Mr. Speaker. Oh, how I thank my good friend from St. John's who went into immediate action with her team at Solid Waste Management Authority. They accuse her of traveling this and traveling. Well, it's because of all the traveling, Mr. Speaker. We were able to make the connection to clean up Carriacou and Petit Martinique in such short order. And I thank her. And she would report more in terms of her ministry and what they were able to do. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the land space in Carriacou that's cleaned up, but the marine space as well, Mr. Speaker, because there's a number of boats, yachts, that were impacted as a result of burial. So, Minister James, you and your team from the Greater Solid Waste Management Authority must be commended for a job well done. And Hunter, if you were able to put back on the screen our playing fields, which the opposition give us blows left, right, and center for. We had nowhere else to put the rubbish, the debris. It's not garbage, it's hurricane debris. But I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that most of those playing fields are now cleared and are now being restored to its former glory, and even better, Mr. Speaker. Testament, Mr. Speaker. We're not a government of just words. We're a government of action, and it's clearly demonstrated by what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So I'm happy. I have much to talk about the hurricane debris in the passes again. You realize they ain't saying much. They now jump on black tank and go and get black tank. Trivia. But we'll get there. We'll get there, Mr. Speaker. And I've highlighted it, but let me highlight again the final point, and then I'll get to some other points. I want you to understand our airport. I recall bringing my grandaunt days after burial to get on an emergency flight to get her out of Carriacou. And we were laughing and crying at the same time when we saw the state of the airport. You looked up and all you're seeing is the heavens. No roof at all, Mr. Speaker. And only emergency flights that were done. Mr. Speaker, 3 or 4 months after burial, the airport was back in operation, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the Grenada Airports Authority under the leadership of Anya Chow Chow and her team, Mr. Speaker, was done an extremely wonderful job. I must put that on record. I must put that on record, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Grenlec. Mr. Speaker, 98% of lines in Carriacou are now restored. 98%. 60% connection is completed. And I want you to understand something, Mr. Speaker. 85%. Grenlec recorded an 85% damage in its equipment. That is the poles, the line, etc., etc. 85% island-wide. Both Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. So you would understand the devastation that was caused. I told Mr. Speaker, the immediate aftermath of Beryl, I said, Lord Papa God, how are we going to start? I said, we will be out of electricity for months, maybe for a year. Mr. Speaker, in weeks, Mr. Speaker, some parts of Carriacou started getting electricity. And as I reported, 98% of lines are back up. And over 60% connections have been completed, Mr. Speaker. I must commend the leadership of Grenlec, especially the hard-working team of the Carriacou district. They must be commended and highlighted for their work, Mr. Speaker. They have gone beyond the call of duty, Mr. Speaker. And I thank all the regional support that came in from Barbados, Trinidad, all over to come and assist us with the renovations, Mr. Speaker. 9 months after all of this, Mr. Speaker, has been achieved, how can anyone in their right mind who say that they have conscience could say nothing has happened in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique? Mr. Speaker, flow restoration, over 50% of internet and phone services restoration has been completed. Digital, Mr. Speaker, over 98% of the mobile access has been restored in Carriacou with full upgrades in Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker. So flow is working. Digicel has done a lot of work in Carriacou, and they would start very soon in Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker, and I must commend both teams for their hard work. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to let you know the reality is, after Hurricane Beryl, I couldn't get in touch with the Prime Minister, nobody. There was no internet service, no connectivity, Mr. Speaker. Nothing of that sort. As a matter of fact, colleagues of mine came to Carriacou looking for me, and they couldn't get a hold of me because no connectivity, Mr. Speaker. 9 months later, we're here with internet connectivities in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Some parts of the world that have way more resources than us, Mr. Speaker, some of them are still grappling with the effects of all other storms. They have not been able to recover in such a short space of time like us, Mr. Speaker. Give Jackie jacket. When good is done, say so. Hospitality and tourism, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm making here is that Carriacou is open for business. 148 out of the 263 rooms, hotel and guest houses in Carriacou are now open, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear that. I'm not satisfied with that clap. 148 out of the 263 rooms, hotels and guest houses in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, after a devastating hurricane has hit us, is now back up and running. Mr. Speaker, 22 out of the 38 restaurants and bars are in operations. Mr. Speaker, you can go up to Carriacou for the day or for a weekend. The hotels are open, the restaurants are open. You have internet service, you have electricity. Carriacou open for business, Mr. Speaker. Carriacou sweet. Carriacou nice. Dive operations, Mr. Speaker, 1 out of the 3 dive operations, Mr. Speaker, has resumed its service. So if you want to go diving in Carriacou, diving with the turtles, diving and looking at the underwater sculpture park, Mr. Speaker, we have a dive operation team that is operating, Mr. Speaker. The water taxi operators, Mr. Speaker, and tow operators, Mr. Speaker, 5 out of the 6 are back in business, Mr. Speaker. It means that Carriacou and Petit Martinique is open for business, Mr. Speaker. 9 months. It must be recorded, Mr. Speaker. 9 months after a devastating hurricane, Carriacou and Petit Martinique is now reopened for business, Mr. Speaker. Testimony, testament, the leadership song, the leadership, Mr. Speaker. The boy with the one subject, the little boy, the Pampas children. 9 months. 9 months. Pay attention to our actions, not our words. Pay attention to our actions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll stop there and I'll speak about the things that we intend to do for this year. All short to finish? Things that we intend to do this year, Mr. Speaker. Continue with the night landing operations at our new and rename our airport to the Hubert Blaise Airport in Carriacou. The goal is to complete the infrastructure for night landing at the Lawrenson Airport by June or July of this year. Paradise Beach Enhancement Initiative, Mr. Speaker. It's a new project. We are going to enhance and transform Paradise Beach to its rightful place, Mr. Speaker, where it's supposed to be, so that it can be the best of the best of the best beach, not just in Grenada, but the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Hillsborough Town Enhancement Project, you will hear more about the project, Mr. Speaker, but the intention is to enhance the town of Hillsborough. After all, Mr. Speaker, it's our town, and we have to bring some economic life to the town of Hillsborough, Mr. Speaker. We talk a lot about our culture and our heritage and how we must protect our heritage and our culture, etc. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that we are starting an initiative this year. Planning officer, and where is Mr. Baker, our technical officer, the Bel Air Heritage Park Enhancement Project. So we have to enhance these areas, Mr. Speaker, not just for ourselves in keeping our rich traditions and culture alive, Mr. Speaker, but for the next generation and the next generation, and for visitors alike to come and experience what Carriacou is all about. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the Windward Boat Building School in Carriacou, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will commence, and work should have commenced already, Mr. Speaker, but because of procurement and, you know, public service, how it goes. And maybe sometimes I shouldn't and not say dates, but the reality is that when you get the assurance, you run with it. But work will start on the Windward Jetty very soon, Mr. Speaker. Now, I empathize with the people of Petit Martinique in particular, because they have to catch the boat all the way from Hillsborough and then go to Petit Martinique. It's longer, and there's an area, if you ever travel to Petit Martinique from Hillsborough, Haverville, called Gun Point. It's very choppy. So a lot of people don't like traveling, and there are some cases when the seas are extremely rough, some of the boats would not venture to come to Carriacou. So we must rebuild a jetty in Windward. Mr. Speaker, that's a project that will start in short order. But we're not just building back the jetty in its existing, how it was. We're doing it better. Because what was there before was a little boat jetty, and every year you had to go and do some patch work on it. What we're doing is building a brand new state-of-the-art drive-on jetty, so that the people of Petit Martinique and Windward and surrounding areas will be able to benefit from that. I was reading the Hansard of Parliament, and I saw a comment that my good friend, former member of Parliament, who is in his truth now, Mr. Speaker, through you, the neighborhood, was saying this, sometime in 2013 thereabout, if I'm not mistaken, was talking about the state of the Windward jetty and how embarrassed he was about it. I'm happy that many years later, we are now addressing it, but for good now, because it's not just a wooden jetty, but it's a concrete jetty that we are doing, Mr. Speaker. I am proud and happy to be associated with that. Mr. Speaker, government farms restoration, the Limle farm, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture talked about the goats and the sheep and the pigs that are in Grenada. Some of those are for Carriacou. So they will be coming to Limle, Mr. Speaker, for the farmers of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, work is now being done to restore the operations at Limle Farm. Work will commence on restoring, or work has started on restoring the Bel-Air nursery and other areas, other government farms in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. But I must, highlight that the intention is to get some greenhouses and some hydroponic systems and introduce new crops in Bel-Air, Mr. Speaker. This initiative will take place this year. And our Senior Agriculture Officer, Benson Patrice, and Mr. Lawrence will be working closely with the team to ensure that these initiatives do happen in a timely manner by introducing some new species and making the Bel-Air operation a state-of-the-art operations. Assisting with what we're doing to make agriculture or give agriculture the prominence that it's supposed to have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must talk about local government. The draft is now in its final stage, I'm happy to announce. In its final stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to let me know it's only 10 more minutes I have, but I'll be grateful for more in the event that I have to say more. Local government, Mr. Speaker, will be introduced in Carriacou very soon. The Ministry of Legal Affairs is, as I said, working on the final draft, and then we will go into a series of consultation, and the intention thereafter is to implement local government for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. A long-awaited bill, a long-awaited initiative that all my predecessors have promised and has not gotten off the ground for one reason or the other. I don't want to be part of that statistic, so we are going to ensure local government is implemented. Mr. Speaker, our housing assistance program, roofing program in particular, will continue. Our housing and roofing assistance program will continue. And I'm emphasizing on it because there are some elements in Grenada, including the opposition, that is spreading that's giving a false narrative that all of those initiatives have stopped and it will not continue. We will continue those initiatives to support our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Building of homes, Build Back Better, etc., will continue as well, Mr. Speaker, because we are committed in ensuring that we support all of the people who have been affected one way or the other. Mr. Speaker, last year I touted about the two farm roads that would start, and didn't start because of burial. No, not poor burial. Burial really and truly affected a number of things from getting off the ground. But I'm happy to report to this Honorable House that two of our farm roads, major farm roads, Dumfries and Mondor in Mount Royal, will commence. The Mondor Road, Mr. Speaker, is 2,360 feet long, and the Dumfries Road is 1,177 feet long, Mr. Speaker. Both projects put together will cost over $4 million, and work should commence sometime by June this year, Mr. Speaker. More work for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, more monies injected in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, which will assist with the economic activities in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. A new distal plant has been purchased, it's now in the procurement stage, to assist with the production of water in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. The intention is by June or July this year, the plant will be in Carriacou to assist with the operations there, Mr. Speaker. So commendation to NAWASA. Mr. Speaker, I highlighted that we have a new permanent secretary in the Ministry of CARICOM and Diplomatic Affairs, Mr. Linwell Perrott, who is extremely hardworking and is making lots of sacrifice. And I want to put it on record my thanks to him for the work that he has done so far. But it would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeing P.S. Williams in the audience, well, I saw him earlier on, but I didn't see him again. It would be remiss of me if I did not highlight and put on record my sincere thanks to P.S. Williams for assisting with the efforts in CARICOM and PD Matnick. I spoke about the number of things we were able to do in such a short space of time, Mr. Speaker. Most of it, Mr. Speaker, is testament to his vibrancy and commitment, not only to the transformational agenda, but to the people of CARICOM and PD Matnick, Mr. Speaker. I must echo those sentiments in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, to the workers, the employees of the Ministry of CARICOM and Diplomatic Affairs. Reality is, Mr. Speaker, all of the initiatives which I talked about, all of them, could not have been achieved without their hard work and sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are homeless, roofless. Some of them were affected directly, Mr. Speaker, and they have not gotten a rest since burial. They've been working on behalf of the people of CARICOM and PD Matnick ever since. And I must commend each and every one of them for their dedication, their hard work, and their sacrifices. Without you, I would not have been here boasting about all the initiatives that we have done. So thank you very much. To the parliamentary team, thank you for keeping me steady and being a liaison between the ministry government and the constituents. I think we've done an excellent job, in spite of burial, to still connect with constituents, to get information to them, and to get the support that they need. So Mr. Terence Logan, my office manager, and the entire team, thank you very much. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and thank my personal assistant. A new kid on the block just came about, but a lot of work we have achieved, and I want to thank you very much. And my new advisor, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Logan, I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker, for making my workload a little bit lighter. So thank you for all the work that all of you have been doing. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention some new faces within the Ministry of CARICOM and PD Matnick and their role, like Mrs. Emma Williams, who is our new area education officer, who is doing a phenomenal job in education in CARICOM and PD Matnick. So thank you very much, Teacher Emma, for the sacrifice that you have been making. And Ms. Nadina Williams, who is leading the social development charge in CARICOM and PD Matnick. Thank you. And of course, congratulations to both of you on your new role. Mr. Imran George, who is our new senior coach, who is assisting us in revitalizing sports in CARICOM and PD Matnick, and who has been behind us to ensure that the playing fields are cleaned up in short order so that we can get sporting facilities back up and running for sporting activities, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And of course, to Mr. Devon Baker, who is our new technical officer within the Ministry of CARICOM and PD Matnick Affairs, a new position, Mr. Speaker, that he has just taken up. So he has a very important and big role in ensuring that all of the projects which I have mentioned and which I haven't mentioned are implemented in a timely manner. And Mr. Baker know me, you know. I mean, we go, and the truth is, Mr. Baker know that now that I mentioned those things, he have to get boots on the ground rolling, because he doesn't want to see, he want to make sure that we implement the thing. I won't say more. So I want to thank all of you. Mr. Speaker, all of this, as I've mentioned before, has been achieved in record-breaking time, Mr. Speaker. Record-breaking time. Now I understand that we would all like to see more happen in such a short space of time. Even I sometimes, and sometimes the PS have to remind the minister, you have to understand, it's 7 months, it's 6 months, it's 9 months. Sometimes I forget. But the truth is we have achieved a lot in such a short space of time. And I'm repeating it so that it can sink in just in case you forget. Because in some cases, even to me, it feels like 9 years, but it's only 9 months. But we are going to continue, and I'm going to continue to work on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and continue to agitate and advocate for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. The people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique knows my passion, and they know that I deeply care about each and every single one of them. And until the day I decide I'm done with public service, I will continue to fight on and champion the cause for and on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. So we are committed to rebuilding Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the shortest possible time frame ever, and the process has started, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for that. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues, Mr. Speaker, for their leadership in the various ministries. Thank you. Thank you, cabinet colleagues, for your unwavering support. Thank you, Minister for Mobilization and Implementation, who has been a driving force in the rebuilding efforts in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, in particular with the Build Back Better. It was your initiative, Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker. You sat with the team. You came up with the design with the team, and you said, let's get the ball rolling. And for that, I commend you in ensuring that the Build Back initiative has started. We must give Jackie. And to all of you, Minister of Health, as I've mentioned before, for accelerating the work within healthcare. And to my good friend, I keep talking to him, PS, you will talk to him after. My good friend, the Minister for Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more minute as I wrap up. My good friend, Agriculture Minister, who has started the process of giving income support to our farmers and fishers. My good friend, and he will ensure that the rest of farmers and fishers who have not received their support will get it sometime as early as possible this year. Minister for Finance will also will be working close with you to ensure that that happens. And to all of you, thank you very much. Without you, we would not have been able to achieve any of this. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and this budget have my full support.
Thank you to the Honourable MP for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And I now invite the MP for St. Andrew North East to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, let me just say that I spy a spy, and it reminds me of the invasion of privacy investigation that you have not yet updated the House on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the wonderful people of St. Andrew Northeast and that of all the working class people of Grenada who have been battered by rising inflation, a touted economic growth from which many have not felt the effect, and a general economic climate which has hope in short supply. But before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I must address the statements made by the Honorable Member for St. Andrews Southwest in attempting to manipulate the numbers and mislead the people of this country. He proudly stood before this House, boasting of a current account surplus, yet conveniently ignoring the fact that we are running an over-budget deficit. Let me break it down, Mr. Speaker. A current account surplus means nothing. It means very little when you have a government that is spending beyond its means, accumulating debt, and failing to invest in real economic growth. What the member did, Mr. Speaker, was cherry-picking figures to paint a false picture of our economic stability, while the reality is the country's finances are in a dangerous state. I refer the member to page 13 of the budget document that clearly states the facts. Primary deficit after grants, EC, $208.6 million. Overall deficit after grants, EC, $337.4 million. And that is the deficit that our opposition leader alluded to. Mr. Speaker, the budget is made up of recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure. And yes, there is an overall deficit. Just maybe, Mr. Speaker, the member, before wanting to teach the whole building, the whole cabinet, the whole members of parliament, and update them and educate them on current account, he must update his knowledge. I would rest that there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just have a few words for the member of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, who, I can't find the words to describe his style of presentation, but I just want to remind him that while he's boasting about 9 months achievement here and there, it was only 14 days after Crift insurance money was made available as a result of the vision and foresight of this administration here. So yes, you are able to achieve so many things 9 months later on as a result. But I want to find out from you, why after 9 months, only 3 houses were delivered to your people? Why your people are still waiting after 9 months? During those 9 months, Mr. Speaker, he will not speak about the alleged wasted millions of dollars. He would not boast about that one. But do you know, Mr. Speaker, that after 9 months, the hospital or the health center in Petite Martinique still waiting for attention 9 months later? Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation painted a picture that was not in sync with our people's lived realities. An economic environment where it is becoming more and more difficult to make 2 ends meet. The year under review has been one of runaway inflation, rising costs from the sidewalks to the supermarkets, excessive and wasteful government spending, and not enough investment in our productive sectors. While this is happening, Mr. Speaker, they are handing out largesse to friends, families, and favorites, the FFFs. Mr. Speaker, 2024 indeed was a bumper year for 1%. The people who run shadow companies to get government contracts, and the few who can afford to buy properties paying cash immediately. So yes, these handful of people are having the time of their lives. But for the others, they have been fed sweet talk only to digest a sour economy. Coming from a challenging year, Mr. Speaker, the other 99% were looking forward to hear a package that provided both hope and relief. But from all appearances, we are into another year of bang your belly. The Minister for Finance, in his presentation, said the package reflects Grenada rising. Grenada resilient and rising? Something like that. The question is, Mr. Speaker, rising for who? Rising for who, Mr. Speaker? Because the slogan does not it does not resonate with the people of paradise. Neither Tivoli or Paraclete, neither the people of Pauls and La Poterie, and neither the hundreds who have been victimized and marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sadly, the gravy train has not reached the people I represent. The slogan Grenada Rising does not resonate with the people who have to travel on the worst roads they have seen in a decade. Our healthcare that desperately needs intensive care. It's not Grenada Rising. It is prices rising, inflation rising, and victimization rising, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we wholeheartedly acknowledge the resilience of our people. Because through this economic hardship, the social struggles and the broken promises, they have persevered. So yes, our people are resilient. However, Mr. Speaker, resilience alone is not enough. And the truth is, under these current government policies, we are not rising. A nation must not only withstand challenges, but we must rise above them. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are falling, heading down a precipice because people continue to struggle and many have been left behind. For the past 2.5 years, government has abandoned key sectors critical to our people's progress. They have abandoned the very people they swore to represent. But as if waking up from a deep sleep, they present a budget hoping that we forget their inaction, hoping that we forget their neglect, the hardship, and the economic pain. But the people remember, and we will not allow them to rewrite history, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not a roadmap for prosperity. It's an attempt to cover up failure. It's an admission by this government that for the past 2.5 years, I think it's more, I just say in half, but it's almost 3 years. This government did very little to address the real struggles of our people. And now they believe, they want us to believe, they expect us to believe, Mr. Speaker, that it will all be fixed with one budget document, one budget speech, and the AI hospital. Mr. Speaker, our people know better. Today, Mr. Speaker, I will speak on a few areas this government has ignored and mismanaged, focusing my attention on youth development and sports, housing, social development, and education. These are not just sectors of an economy. They are the very pillars for which a strong, thriving nation is built. And yet, under this administration, these pillars have crumbled due to poor planning, misplaced priorities, and a failure to listen to the needs of the people. We are not here just to criticize, Mr. Speaker. We are here to stand up for those whose voices have been silenced by the economic hardship and the fear of victimization. We are here to hold this government accountable, and we are here to demand that the resilience of our people must be matched with policies that truly allows them to rise. Mr. Speaker, this budget is too little, too late. And no amount of political spin will erase the reality that for the past 2.5 years, this government has failed our people. The people deserve more than resilience. They deserve progress. And for that, we will continue to fight for. Let's look at youth and sports, Mr. Speaker, a sector that should be the foundation of national development. But instead, it has been neglected, abandoned, and now exploited for political convenience. You're talking about a mock youth elections. No legal authority, just some mock youth elections, a continuation of our mock youth parliament. The government would have us believe that this budget is the turning point for young people, and it is filled with new opportunities, new investment, and a commitment to their future. But let us not be fooled by flashy figures, because for the past 2.5 years, this current administration has done nothing or very little to invest in youth development. And even worse, Mr. Speaker, they have dismantled all of the programs and projects that we designed to empower our young people. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Under our administration, there are many well-established programs which provided training, mentorship, and employment opportunities for our young people. We can speak about the New Imani program, Empower, Project Fly, Youth Biz, just to name a few. These programs were making a difference. They were creating jobs. They were equipping our young people with skills that they needed in order to succeed. Yes, some of them had challenges, and there will always be challenges in any program. However, these programs benefited thousands of young people Today, you can look for them all over in the various sectors. There are teachers, there are bankers, there are police officers. Some of them are entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker. But what did the government do? They shut down the programs, no real alternatives, not even an explanation. Just abandonment, Mr. Speaker. As a result, youth unemployment has skyrocketed. And I remember the Minister for Finance quoted the national unemployment figures. He never quoted the youth unemployment figures, conveniently so, Mr. Speaker. Our young people are frustrated, demoralized, and they're struggling to find opportunities in a country that should be investing in them. Mr. Speaker, we continued to advocate on behalf of our young people, and after several calls to restore these programs, we saw the return of the Empower program for young men. But at a reduced budget of $2.5 million in 2024, and even with a reduced budget, they only spent $1.1 million underspending on the young men at risk who need that type of intervention, Mr. Speaker. You know what that means? Fewer young men participated in the program, and that created missed opportunities and even deeper struggles for them. And we wonder today why we are seeing an increase in crime and violence. It's simply because of the underspending and the underinvesting in our young men. Mr. Speaker, our communities are at risk as a result. In 2025, we have seen the budget move from 2.5 in 2024 to 3.5. I'm happy. We are just hoping that they are not underspending again. Because what we have seen before, the funds were allocated. Yes, they were approved for spending. But what happened? It was underspent. So if we fail to deliver then, how do you think we will convince the young men that they will deliver today? That's a question we must ask, Mr. Speaker. I must remind the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that throughout our years administering that program, over $5 million were invested for this program, because we wanted to ensure we captured every young man who needed that type of engagement, exposing them to a variety of contemporary skills that they needed to function effectively in our country. Mr. Speaker, 2 years, not one new person was taken into the new Imani program. 2 years, thousands of young people graduated from school, and there were little to no opportunities to enhance themselves. After 2 years, we heard almost 3 years, well, let me leave it 2.5, 3 years. They know the facts. After almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the program is thrown out the door. Yes, we did not see. I went through the budget, up, down, front, center, side. I've been looking. Not one mention of the new Imani program. So it is now thrown out the door, Mr. Speaker. But I heard there is an alternative. But let me say to this House, this alternative program will never be able to bring the benefits to our young people as what the new Imani program did for them. If we look carefully, Mr. Speaker, already, when you compare the amounts allocated, it's like chalk and cheese. Over $20 million are for the new Imani compared to $2 million budgeted for this new program. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, a significantly high number of young people are left out of this program. Because number one, they say it's just for females. Number two, it is only 18 to 25. So, when we look at it, we see it as a grave injustice done to the young people of this country. One that reflects government's total disregard for their future. For years, a program that provided real opportunities, training, and empowerment for young people was in place. It gave them hope, created jobs for thousands of them, developed their skills, and steered them in the right direction. Today, just without any cause, it's discarded and replaced with a weaker, underfunded alternative that offers little to no support. Mr. Speaker, our young people are not blind. They know they are being shortchanged. So by slashing the funding and replacing a well-established program with a weaker alternative, this government is sending a clear message to them, and that is, they are not a priority. Mr. Speaker, where is Project Fly, fostering level-headed youth? Another important project just discarded. One that directly benefited the most vulnerable young people among us, our youth at risk. For years, a community-based program that existed to meet the men and women where they are on their turf in their communities, offering mentorship, skills training, and a lifetime away from crime, violence, and hopelessness. You see, Mr. Speaker, even though they didn't understand the program, they could have asked for help to administer it to the young people, because this program understood the realities of our communities that work on the ground with our young people that was facing such great risk. And yet, a government which is lack of vision and commitment to young people chose to get rid of it. Instead of strengthening the program and expanding it to make a real difference, they dismantled it, leaving behind nothing comparable. And the consequences of this reckless decision, Mr. Speaker, we are already feeling it. More young people are left behind, and our crime rate is rising. This program was not just a name on a budget document. It was a direct intervention into the lives of the people who needed it the most. It met them in their communities, provided mentorship and skills development. When I think about the people from La Poterie, Montreat, Saigon, Gun Battle, all of these communities, Mr. Speaker, they depended heavily on Project Fly. And I just want to make reference to a young man when we went to St. John's to deliver that program. You know, we met the young man in his community, Mr. Speaker. You know where he is today? He's employed at the Ministry of Youth. He's a youth parliamentarian and a youth ambassador. This is just one of the success stories from this program. Mr. Speaker, while other nations are equipping their young people to compete in a modern economy, this government is leaving ours to fend for themselves. Let's look at sports, Mr. Speaker. The same can be said for sports. Another failure, another glaring failure in this government's budget. Its continued neglect of the sporting sector for the past almost 3 years. And every budget come, you would hear great announcement of investment in sporting facilities, programs for athletes' development. Mr. Speaker, the government has promised to prioritize sports as a tool for youth development and national pride. But, Mr. Speaker, what really is the reality of the situation? Let's look at it. In 2024, the approved estimates for repairs to hard courts were $300,000. But only $98,771 was spent. This is only 33% of what was approved, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are in 2025 with the same $300,000 again. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the budget estimate for the construction of a swimming pool was $500,000. You know how much was spent, Mr. Speaker? I want you to take a look at the budget document. $0.00. Could help me with the percentage there, Mr. Speaker? Yet, last Friday, when it was announced by the Minister for Finance, table breaking, like if Tivoli drummers were in the building, you know, Mr. Speaker. So if you look at it, they did not spend the $500,000 last year, but they come back with $800,000 to spend this year, Mr. Speaker. How can we believe that they didn't deliver last year? How can we believe that they will deliver this year? What is it they're going to use to convince Grenadians that they mean what they say and they will do what is in the budget document? Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $1.1 million were budgeted for the lighting of the cricket stadium. And they love when these things are not stable, breaking, hand breaking, just because it sounds good, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, how much was spent? Not $1 was spent on that, Mr. Speaker. But we are here for 2025 with a budgeted amount of $8.2 million. Mr. Speaker, so for the past 2.5 years, they made the promises. The budgets were allocated. Yet, at the end of the fiscal year, the actual spending fell far below what was budgeted. No. As if they are hoping that we will forget, they return with the same budgeted figures and more, in some cases, expecting us to believe that this time, maybe this time, they will deliver. Mr. Speaker, our sporting facilities have deteriorated. And I would draw your attention to some of these facilities. I see the member from St. Patrick's paying keen attention because he knows the 4 playing field, the Vendome playing field. We wonder what is really is trial and error in Vendome going on. Every time we pass there, we wondering, well, what's next? It's basically trial and error in Vendome. And we cannot forget the Hillsborough playing field, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, imagine in 2025, the McDonald's College last Friday held the school sports, the annual Athletic Schools Championship in Progress Park, St. Andrew. A school from St. Patrick have to come all the way to St. Andrew to have their school sports. So it is the realities on the ground, not what is said in the budget speech or not all the noise they are making, the realities. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, the parish sports, the St. Patrick's Primary School parish sports were held, you know where, Mr. Speaker? In the constituency of St. Andrew Northeast at the La Poterie playing field. And this was only possible, Mr. Speaker, because of the vision and foresight of this administration, the NMP administration, to upgrade and expand this playing field, including its lighting up. I hear people taking credit for lighting by the community, and the people who live there, we just have a good laugh, because we know better. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight yet another example of this government's reckless decision-making in regard and disregard for our communities, our athletes, and our young people. In the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, I just listened to a member touting about the debris and everything. The government had a responsibility to clean up, rebuild, and restore normalcy to the lives of the people. Instead, they made an inexcusable decision to use a playing field, a vital space for sports and community engagement, as a dumping ground. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Let me be clear. No one disputes the need for proper debris management after a natural disaster. I'm not disputing that. But they were done freeze right there. They could have you put the debris there. But listen, Mr. Speaker, the decision was to store the debris on the playing fields, which is a space meant for young people, sporting events and community engagements. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing short of short-sightedness and irresponsibility. The negative impact of this government's failure to properly plan for debris disposal has been devastating. By turning this field into a debris site, the government has destroyed an essential public resource. The very ground where athletes train, where communities gather for sporting events, and where our next generation of stars, sporting stars, played, is now unusable. But Mr. Speaker, we have heard it right here, and I've seen some social media boasting that the field is being restored. But Mr. Speaker, that is an additional burden on our taxpayers. Money that could have been spent on developing sports rather than fixing an avoidable mistake. The government has failed our athletes on the Sister Isle, and they will never forget this. We do hope, Mr. Speaker, that measures will be put in place to ensure such reckless decisions never happens again. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not signal real commitment to our young people. It is a desperate attempt to erase 2.5 years of neglect. But the young people of our country remember. They remember the lost opportunities. They remember the broken promises. And they remember a government that turned its back on them when they needed support the most. Mr. Speaker, this government loves to boast about sports tourism. But when it truly mattered, When the Grenada Invitational Games that would have showcased our nation on a world stage needed additional support, they failed to deliver. The cancellation of an event that would have brought athletes, fans, and economic opportunities to our shores. How can they claim to be champions of sports tourism when the inactions led to a major loss for the sporting community, local businesses, and our international reputation? Mr. Speaker, events like these require more than just words. It requires real commitment, real investment, and real action. Over the years, we have enjoyed the likes of Lushan Merritt, Shirley and Fraser Price, Justin Gatlin, alongside our very own Kirani James with those games. Mr. Speaker, this was a chance for the government to prove that sports tourism is more than just a talking point in the budget speech. It was an opportunity to stimulate the economy, to create jobs and inspire our young athletes. Yet, they sat on the sidelines and watched the Grenada Invitational slip away. We stand firmly with the young people of our country. And we believe in a budget that truly invests in them, not just in words, Mr. Speaker, but in action. We believe in restoring and expanding the programs to provide real training, real jobs, and real opportunities. We believe in funding sports development in a way that empowers our athletes, strengthens our community, and gives young people a reason to dream again. Our track record is clear, Mr. Speaker. We don't just believe that, and we don't just give words. Mr. Speaker, we built 2 top-class stadium for our, and one of them is fully lit, so they're boasting about lighting the other one. The cricket one, that's okay. The athletic one is already fully lit. Work done by this administration, the new National Party administration in government. Mr. Speaker, let us look at housing. Housing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by something that I would never forget. We will never forget government's decision to take away the low-income houses and sell it to individuals who can afford bank loans. This was nothing short of a betrayal of the very people who needed the homes the most. This housing project, a generous donation from the People's Republic of China, was intended to provide shelter and security for Grenada's most vulnerable citizens, not to be turned into a profit-making scheme for those who already are financially stable. So it hurts, Mr. Speaker. This move by government was an attack on the very poor and working-class families who have been struggling to make ends meet. And instead of helping to lift them out of poverty, the administration deliberately pushed them further into hardship. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the budget document has an estimated amount of $25 million for housing. However, half of it is allocated towards the so-called, quote-unquote, Project 500. Half of it. That is the intention to sell for those who can afford, right? Mr. Speaker, Project 500 is government's latest attempt to rename an existing housing program while forcefully reacquiring lands from citizens who already legally purchased it is nothing more than a blatant exercise of deception and mismanagement. This is not a new initiative. It is simply repackaging an old program and give the illusion of progress while wasting public resources. Mr. Speaker, you know they're very good at repackaging and renaming. CBI is now IMA. The bushing is now beautification. Bathroom and toilet is now wash. Mr. Speaker, this reckless approach raises serious concerns. How much of our taxpayers' money are spent on rebranding existing programs? We have to ask ourselves that, Mr. Speaker. But we must remind them that they promised 500 Grenadian-style houses per year under such a project. However, to date, and you know Dunfermline is my backyard, so, Mr. Speaker, I have video evidence on my phone if I need to submit it to the House. But I would say the Minister for Finance stated that only 17 houses they were able to start. Only 17. But, Mr. Speaker, because I live right there, and because I know the role of the Housing Authority, before government change in 2022, the Housing Authority was already preparing for the construction of 16 homes in that same area. So they quickly adopted that and renamed it, rebranded it, and said that Project 500, because budget coming up, we are not nothing, we're giving all the 3 months, do something quick. This is total deception, Mr. Speaker. And the facts must be put out there. But you know the thing about it, Mr. Speaker? One of the workers at the Housing Authority, he was so angry, he just walked away. He said, this is not how they operate. They operate according to procedures, according to rules. So when they're given the mandate to just do things busy, because we need something to show, he said no. If you're going to do something, let's do it good. So he walked away, Mr. Speaker. He walked away from the Housing Authority, which he worked for many years. They go find out the facts. Mr. Speaker, this government is quick to boast about build back better. But let us be clear on this. The money the government is using to build back better is not as a result of their planning. It is because of the CRIF insurance secured by our administration while in office. So yes, that was geared to indeed build back better. You have no choice but to build back better because you have immediate finance upon which you can do so, Mr. Speaker. Without that, they would have had no way of providing the housing assistance needed for the hurricane victims. So instead of pretending that this is their achievement, they should acknowledge that they are merely reaping the benefits of responsible governance of our administration. Mr. Speaker, without this financial safety net, the rebuilding efforts would have been much more difficult. A government should not just be judged on how they spend money, Mr. Speaker. They should be judged on how they plan for the future. Build Back Better exists today only because planning was done by our administration. The government is proving that they have no vision of their own. They are simply spending resources that we secured. The question the people of this country needs to ask Mr. MIT, what will you leave behind for the next generation to use in such instances? That's the question they should ask. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to social development. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a government is how it treats its most vulnerable citizens. Yet, this administration, after making grandiose promises, the World Bank said that it should not be earning less than $650. Upon coming into office, one of the first things they did was to remove $150 from the seed beneficiaries. We will never forget this, and I think every budget going forward, we should remind them. We asked this government, what happened to the promise that you made? How can you justify cutting benefits from elderly, single parents, and low-income families while increasing spending elsewhere? Mr. Speaker, this government, while they speak about commitment to social development, have you noticed, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it has come up St. Andrew again, At every stop, every village, every bus stop where they put some solar lights, so it has been used in a way that maybe it was not intended for, Mr. Speaker. But we have seen an alarming rise in gambling amongst our people and the most vulnerable in our communities. Every shop, every abandoned building, every house, every bus stop, Mr. Speaker, is transformed into a gambling house. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan of this government to address this crisis? What are the policies they are using to protect families who are watching their loved ones lose hard-earned money to unchecked gambling? Some may make profits under this industry, but there are far too many broken homes and financial instability and increasing crime as a result, Mr. Speaker. And this government must take responsibility for the unchecked expansion of gambling because it's harming our communities, Mr. Speaker. We therefore call for stronger regulations, greater community support programs, and real investment in education, youth development, so that our people do not turn to gambling as the only hope, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education. This government stood before us boasting, Mr. Speaker, about free tuition. Yet, the reality paints a very different picture. In 2024, they approved $3 million for this initiative, the free tuition initiative. But in 2024, shockingly, only $772,471 of those funds were used up by the students, a mere 26%. What this tells us, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that this government is more concerned about making grand announcements rather than ensuring real access to education. We ask the question, why only 25% was used up last year? Is it because the system is too complicated? Are there any hidden barriers preventing the students from accessing the support? We indicated that free tuition by itself will not make education fully accessible. Transportation and meals must complement it for some students. Mr. Speaker, was it just another empty promise designed to sound good? Designed to sound good in a budget speech that is never properly implemented? These are the questions we must ask. Mr. Speaker, education is the foundation of national development. And if this government is really serious about it, they would not just throw numbers around. They would ensure that every eligible student gets the opportunity to further the education without any obstacles. Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the government taking credit for projects they did not initiate, and they don't have the audacity to acknowledge decency, to acknowledge the work of our administration. They stand here, only now you know. Only now he knows government is a continuum, Mr. Speaker. They stand here boasting about the improvement in school infrastructure and the construction of new schools. But wait. They conveniently fail to mention that the funding for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Grenada Education Enhancement Project was sourced by our NMP administration. Let us set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. Schools have already been benefiting from this funding long before this government came into office. We could speak about Montrose SDA, the Presentation Brothers College, the Bishop's College in Carriacou, and the list can go on and on and on. The Grenada Christian Academy, the Anglican in Grenville and St. David's had its own challenges, so they were delayed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the repairs, the expansion, the groundwork for new schools were all part of a well-planned initiative that our administration worked tirelessly to secure. It was not their vision, it was not their negotiation, and it's certainly not their achievement. Mr. Speaker, this government is attempting to rewrite history, presenting these projects as their own while hiding the truth from the public. But the people deserve honesty. If they were truly committed to education, they would not just ride on the coattails of work already done. They will bring new ideas and secure funding instead of rebranding what was already in motion. So I ask this government, what new investments have you sourced? What additional schools will you build beyond what was already planned? Or is it your only achievement repackaging the success of our administration? The people deserve answers, not deception. Education is far too important for political games, and we here stand ready and committed to ensure that every child has access to quality learning facilities, not just through our past efforts, but through continued advocacy for real progress. Mr. Speaker, this government stood before the nation and proudly announced school meals will now be free for all students, primary, pre-primary, secondary school. They made a grand spectacle of removing $1 that the parents had to pay, claiming victory for education and social welfare. The question is, what really happened since the grand announcement? Despite increasing the budgetary allocation in 2025, the reality on the ground is far different. Schools are struggling. There are lack of resources to supply meals to students daily. And as a result, students are left without meals, the meals they were promised. Instead of benefiting from the so-called free meal program, parents are now forced to spend even more money to send their children to school with lunch. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker, because government has failed to deliver on its promise. This is a classic case of poor planning and mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. The government was very quick to make the announcement, but very slow to ensure that schools had the proper infrastructure, the proper staffing, and the resources to provide these meals. What is the point of declaring free meals, Mr. Speaker, if our students still are not receiving it? Mr. Speaker, removing a $1 contribution without ensuring the sustainability of the program has done more harm than good. It is not just good enough to make policies for headlines. They must be backed up by proper execution. And this is yet another example of a government that rushes to make announcements but fails to govern responsibly. Mr. Speaker, we call on this government to ensure that going forward, that schools have the necessary resources and deliver on the promise they made to all students and parents. Because right now, the so-called free meal program is nothing more than a failed publicity stunt. Our children are the ones paying the price. Mr. Speaker, I was reading a report from the World Bank recently, and they made it very clear that Caribbean education is in crisis. And Grenada is not immune to this situation. Our students are being left behind due to outdated curriculums, ineffective teaching methods, and a system that is failing. Mr. Speaker, I'm making a point because as a country, we are not immune. I am not casting blame on any administration, but just to bring awareness.
Hold on, Honorable. The standing orders demands silence when someone is on the floor. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our students are left behind due to outdated curriculums, ineffective teaching methods, and a system that is failing to equip them for the demands of a modern world. And if we are serious about securing our children's future, we must act now. This government cannot just continue with business as usual. We therefore strongly recommend that government engage with global partners to assist in curriculum modernization, teacher training, and digital learning integration. We cannot afford to ignore this crisis. And we, in the opposition, we stand ready to support any meaningful reform that will truly prepare our students for the future. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I ask the citizens of Grenada to reflect on the theme towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. Let us ask ourselves these questions. Rising for whom? Because for the ordinary Grenadian, this past year has been nothing short of a struggle. The reality on the ground is very clear. Cost of living has skyrocketed, making it harder for families to afford the simple, basic things, Mr. Speaker. Victimization is at an all-time high. Our people are now afraid to speak or to seek opportunities without fear of political discrimination. Unemployment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg your indulgence for 2 to 3 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes more.
Unemployment remains a major crisis, leaving too many young people without hope for a better future. So I ask again, who is it really rising for? It is not rising for the farmers, not the workers, not the business owners, and certainly not the struggling families. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me to not extend my deepest gratitude to the wonderful people of my constituency, St. Andrew Northeast, the men, the women, the young people who continue to put their trust in me as the elected representative. Through every challenge, every hardship, we have stood together. Despite the rising cost of living, despite the neglect from this government, and despite the poor policies they have made life even harder, we remain strong, we have remained united, and we never lost hope. Mr. Speaker, I know these times are tough, so I want to say to them, do not lose hope. Do not give up. Better days are coming. We will not be silenced. We will not back down. After all, we are unstoppable. And when the time comes, we will be right back, stronger and better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP for St. Andrew Northeast. And I now invite the MP for St. Patrick West to take the floor as he makes his contribution.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I greet my fellow members of Parliament, both sides of the House, the listening and viewing public. And Mr. Speaker, I will begin on the note on which the Honourable Member for St. Andrew Northeast ended. She said that they have to hold on to hope, and I agree, because they have already lost faith. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Honorable Prime Minister quoted me, having quoted, well, not quoted, but referred to a scripture verse while I was in Petit Martinique in February. I could not name the chapter and the verse. I knew it was in Proverbs, but I did my homework. And therefore, I would like to remind my good friend to pay heed to the counsel of Proverbs 21:23, and also Proverbs 17:28. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give my firm support to the estimate of revenue and expenditure presented by my colleague, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, last Friday. Before I talk about the work of the ministries for which I hold ministerial responsibility and the activities in my constituency for the preceding 12 or so months, I would like to take the opportunity to clear the air on some patently false information peddled here unashamedly without even the pretense of trying to back them up with facts and figures. Let me talk about Far Plainfield, which is located in Mount Craven in my constituency of St. Patrick West, Mr. Speaker. Some months ago, renovation work began on that playing field. Apparently, there were some contractual disputes, and because the person who was at the center of it is not in this House, Mr. Speaker, I will refrain from naming names or from saying or doing anything that would point the finger to, for want of a better word, the culprit. Subsequently, the work was held up. And later, through the intervention of MP Dennis Cornwall and the Ministries of Infrastructure and Sports and myself, the work resumed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast to tell us how is it possible to be refurbishing the playing field and still have sports on it simultaneously. Mr. Speaker, there is something in Japan called ginkgo biloba that is supposedly good for memory. I think the Honorable Member might do well to consume some of that. The playing field at Cuthbert Peters Park in Guam remained unusable for over 10 years under the NNP regime. A contract was given to a body of somebody. The field was dug up, and it remained like that. Guam people had to go to Victoria and Beausejour to host sporting events. And it was under the leadership of Fitzgerald Naka Joseph, the basketball coach, that Guam people took spade, shovel, and wheelbarrow and fixed back Cuthbert Peters Park. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not as young as I used to be, so forgive me if I have a little memory lapse. I believe that Alston George Park in Victoria suffered a fate, while not quite as long-lasting as Cuthbert Peters Park, resulted in several years without that park being able to be used by the residents of Victoria and surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member shed some interesting light on some of the programs that she highlighted that were championed by her party when they were in power. And that light was shed unwittingly. Again, Proverbs 21:23 should be a guide. You talk about a program that held young people, in fact, in some families, 3 generations hostage to $700 a month with no chance of escaping. And you're boasting about that as progress. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, we have not dropped the program. What we have done is to convert those under the government system from lifelong trainees. That's the first time I see trainee was listed as a career, into bona fide workers, now being able to access financial services because they have a real job. And nobody's taking advantage of them anymore for the sake of securing votes by telling them, if all you vote for them, other people go take it away. No threat whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the numbers in those programs are dropping or have dropped is a testament to the robust health of the economy of Grenada. Those programs were created because there was nothing else for young people to do. Nothing. Nowadays, there are so many job opportunities that we are actually facing a labor shortage in Grenada. Just go to the sites that advertise vacancies. Go to Carriacou. Go to Sates and try to get a plumber. Try to get a body workman or woman. Try to get an electrician, and you will see what I am talking about. It does not mean that the problem has been solved, because we still have elements of structural unemployment and so on. But Mr. Speaker, these are systemic issues that cannot be eradicated in 2 years, in 3 years, or in 5 years. If the brilliant minds could not do it in 28 years. I hear they saying 23. They forgot the first 5 from 1984 to 1990, the first 6. 28 plus years, Mr. Speaker. And let us get something straight. Since the American invasion of 1983, there have been about 9 general elections in this country. The New National Party has won 6 of them. The National Democratic Congress has won 2. And in 1990, there was no clear winner. The NDC had a plurality, and a gentleman from constituency of St. John crossed the floor to give them a working majority in Parliament. So what it means is that no other political party has had more than 1 term in office consecutively. So if anybody had the opportunity and the means to fix the problems that I hear my good friend highlighting today, those on the other side were the ones, Mr. Speaker. To come in here and try to pretend that the problems Grenada faces originated from June 23rd, 2022 is nothing short but laughable. So, Mr. Speaker, Fly, Imani, Hungary, whatever they call them, they are not as relevant today simply because our young people are moving on to bigger things like cybersecurity. I heard a former Prime Minister of Grenada saying a few months ago, bush all over the side of the road. If NNP was in power, people would have been able to make serious money. Mr. Speaker, come on. Serious money, chopping cocoa bush by the side of the road? Twice a year. Cyber security is giving young people the opportunity to earn minimum 2,000 Canadian dollars a month. Mr. Speaker, another, because I am enjoined by parliamentary procedure not to use the word lie, I won't say it. Another falsehood, Mr. Speaker, is that $150 were removed from seed recipients. Minister Delma Thomas was at pains to point that out. That $150 in question was simply support COVID related, and it was due to last for 6 months. The NDC government extended it by a further 6. But conveniently, she doesn't remember that effective last year, all seed recipients 65 and over or suffering mental or physical disability have been receiving an additional $200 of support. Mr. Speaker, they talk about runaway inflation. When we come here to talk about the budget is about numbers. So don't come talking about runaway inflation. Runaway inflation at 1.07%. Find a way to make me believe that, as the young people say, I can't wrap my mind around it, Mr. Speaker. All right? She talked about youth unemployment. Let me give you some real figures from the Central Statistical Office of Grenada. Youth unemployment, people aged 15 to 24. In 2020, stood at 39.5%. Wow. It declined marginally in 2021 to 38.6%. Now, I know that a particular minister had made his son special advisor to the Minister of Finance, so I don't know if that resulted in a slight drop. One more youth employed. June 2023, another marginal drop to 36.2%, Mr. Speaker. September 2023, it dropped precipitously to 24.2%. And the last available figures, December 2013, 22.8%. 2023. Mr. Speaker, we should not be proud of an youth unemployment rate of 22 point whatever percent. It is unacceptable, but we must put it in its proper perspective. In the space of 3 years, dropping it from 39.5 to 22.8, that is a laudable achievement. Mr. Speaker, crocodile tears, I don't know if it has induced cataract or what, but it will cause some stinging, Mr. Speaker. When we come here lamenting the prevalence of gambling in the villages, gambling all over the country, Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable member for St. Andrews Northeast that when the Casino Gaming Act was passed in 2014, it was not the NDC in power. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable member that we did not bring blast into Grenada. So to sit and be a part of an entity that introduced something that has led to the very malaise that you are conveniently lamenting now, Mr. Speaker, Jah help us. Mr. Speaker, this government has empowered members of parliament, not only on this side, but on the other side, to the tune of $10,000 monthly. And mind you, from personal experience, it's not sufficient, but however, it does make a significant difference in the lives of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak briefly. I have to find my glasses to see the timer. I have time. So, Speaker, if you don't mind, I may have to give somebody else my extra time if I finish early. Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on, Honorable. I'm hearing some utterance from on my left. Proceed.
I will not be daunted, Mr. Speaker, nor easily distracted, but thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development has stewardship over Grenada's foreign affairs and external trade relationships. And before I proceed further, I wish to take a moment to say a big thank you to the two permanent secretaries in this ministry, as well as senior and middle management and all staff, those working within the ministry physically, as well as those serving in our missions abroad. We seek to provide trade and investment opportunities for Grenada. When we travel, Mr. Speaker, we do so with reason and with purpose. We do not joyride. In the world of international diplomacy, there are no takeaway lunches served. If you're not at the table, you simply do not eat. Mr. Speaker, over the past 12 or so months, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development has been extremely busy and well engaged with our international partners, traditional as well as new. We live in a world of great political and economic uncertainty. We are faced with a situation where decisions of great import are made seemingly in a whimsical, capricious manner. And therefore, it is extremely important that we be aware of what is taking place and that we find ways and means, strategies to navigate the slippery ground of international diplomacy in this area. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, we have engaged with a traditional partner, the Kingdom of Morocco, to renew the roadmap agreement. And Mr. Speaker, people love to talk about credit. I have no problem with anybody claiming or taking credit. My colleague over here correctly stated that government is a continuum. If we had decided not to continue with projects that we met, you know what would have been the cry? oh, just because it's we, they ain't doing it. So it appears, Mr. Speaker, as if there is almost a sort of infantile wish that we would have scrapped those programs just so that they could beat their chest and point fingers at us. But we are bigger than that. And if there is something worthy of pursuing, of continuing, you can count on the National Democratic Congress administration to do just that in the interest of our country. Who want credit? As far as I know, Digicel, Flow, all of them still in business. Village Opto. Mr. Speaker, under this roadmap agreement with Morocco, there is avenue for cooperation in education. And I must admit that we as government have to be more aggressive in marketing those available scholarships to our general population. We have to go out into the schools more often. I know that the Ministry of Education has already embarked on that, but we have to be more aggressive. If we are to transform our country, as the Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast said correctly, we have to invest in the education of our young people. So there are 22 scholarships available under that roadmap program. I think by now everybody is quite familiar with the fertilizer program with the Kingdom of Morocco. We have signed agreement on the use of renewable energy, where Morocco has developed quite a bit of expertise, and they are quite willing and prepared to share with us. Health, tourism, these are areas that we are going to continue collaborating with the Kingdom of Morocco so that it can all redound to the benefit of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, old people in Chantemel say, if crab don't walk, he can't get fat. As a result of Honorable Lennox Andrews, Honorable Prime Minister's visits to the Kingdom of Morocco, the relationship that was built from those visits put us in a position where, without batting an eye, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia readily donated over $5 million worth of relief supplies to our country following Barry. If you don't go out there and look for it, it won't come here to meet you. It's a competitive world out there. We have to start seeing certain things not simply as expenses, but as investments.
Remind him that it's what he's paid for the trip to go to Saudi Arabia.
And I am reminded by the Honorable Prime Minister that the trip to Saudi Arabia was fully funded by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Speaker, just a few short weeks ago, I had the privilege of traveling with the Honorable Prime Minister and my colleague, Minister Andrews. By the way, I understand you have a new name, eh? It's a Korean name, Chotai. We traveled to the People's Republic of China, and there, something historic happened. The signing of 14 cooperation agreements with the People's Republic of China, covering a wide array of subjects: agriculture, health, education, transportation, ports, renewables, name it, economic development, the blue economy. And I don't want to make some people jealous, but I think I will have to inform the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister was bestowed an honorary professorship by Ningbo University. So there is nothing wrong in calling him Professor Mitchell. Well earned, by the way.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Cuba. Cuba continues to be a trustworthy friend and partner, not only of Grenada, not only of the Caribbean, but of peoples the world over. When the COVID pandemic broke out, Cuban doctors went as far as Italy to provide services. I didn't hear anybody talk about human trafficking or nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, we have not just a legal obligation, we have a moral and ethical obligation to stand by the people of Cuba. Were it not for the selfless support of Cuba, many of us would not have had the opportunities for further education that we got. On the other side, the honorable member from St. Mark, testament of that. Should give a little table enough for that. No. The renowned economist, Honorable Chotai, Brother Dennis Cornwall, and myself for a brief period. Our health infrastructure would collapse without the generous intervention of Cuba. And for that, we must always take a principled stand and at all costs avoid being opportunistic or transactional as it relates to the relationship between Cuba and Grenada. So the Prime Minister led a delegation to Cuba on an official visit, and again, a number of very important cooperation agreements were signed. Health, education, environment, culture, and so on. Mr. Speaker, going back to travel again. In 2023, the Prime Minister and I attended a very important event in the Bahamas, ACTIV. I think it's Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. And that is where we met the great Nigerian industrialist who was our guest of honor at Independence here, Mr. Aliko Dangote. There was no way that we would have made contact with Mr. Dangote had we not been there. We have already begun to see the fruits of our engagement with him, and this is just the beginning. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to engage foreign partners to negotiate for scholarships. We have had offers from the Republic of Serbia, from the Republic of Georgia, from Portugal, and from a host of other countries. And that, Mr. Speaker, can only come about because we recognize that if we sit in St. George's, nothing is going to fall into our laps. A hunter doesn't hunt in a cage. You have to go out in the wild. Mr. Speaker, it is well known the malaise of our health system. But we are not just crying about it. We are actively pursuing avenues to remedy the situation. And currently, we are in negotiations with the Nigeria International Cooperation Agency to engage the services of critical medical specialists that we currently lack in Grenada. Nephrologists, anesthesiologists, critical care specialists. Very often we can only do emergency surgery because the general hospital has only one 70-year-old anesthesiologist. Poor man want to retire, can't retire, because if you retire, a lot of people go dead in Grenada. So we are actively pursuing that. Mr. Speaker, anybody who spent 28 years in power and was interested in lifting the quality of healthcare would have not had his or her country in this state of near collapse of the health industry at this point in time. And we have to continue to talk about the 23 and the 28. You all are quick to claim the so-called good things. Claim the ugly baby too. We don't make it. Mr. Speaker, every time I think about Palestine, a lump comes to my throat. It seems as if, Mr. Speaker, the world has lost its conscience. We hear homes bulldozed in Palestine, and it's just another news item. We hear a family of 17 gets bombed at a wedding or at a christening, and it's no big deal. Mr. Speaker, we are people who go down on our knees and pray and all kind of things. Do we pray simply because we know how to do it, or because we actually care, Mr. Speaker? Yet, in spite of the suffering and the tribulations of the Palestinian people, they are quite prepared and willing to share whatever little they have with us, and to that we must say thank you. Palestinian doctors came to Grenada because of a cooperation agreement. There is one elderly lady in my constituency, 80 years old, who had cataracts removed from her eyes, and she can now see. Didn't cost us a cent. Little Jamaican girls say gratitude is a must. Let us show it in deeds. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that no island is an island, and that even those who are of continental proportions, contrary to what they may think, they too are not islands, we have set out quite deliberately to widen and deepen our diplomatic outreach. And so we have taken the bold step to set up a diplomatic mission, a high commission in the Canadian capital, Ottawa. We have got permission from the Government of Canada to open the mission, and our High Commissioner designate, Mr. Sylvester Qualles, has already received agreement. There are some administrative hurdles that we have to navigate. And of course, with the recent political changes in Canada, that has slowed things up, but we are confident that within the next few weeks to a couple of months, we will have boots on the ground physically. We continue also to provide opportunities for young people within the Foreign Ministry to grow professionally. We do not ask what party you support. There is one particular young diplomat, and I don't want to make anybody feel jealous in the diplomatic corps, so I won't be giving accolades. But I want to tell that story. Everybody tell me, that person father is a big NNP. That's not my problem. We looked at the CV. I believe that the Prime Minister was even more impressed than I was. We interviewed the person. I didn't go say whether it's male or female because I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. All right? And we were convinced that Grenada would be well served by that individual. Up to today, I don't know whether the NNP and the CIA know about a new party called PNP. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the point is, we believe in the goodness of the Grenadian people. Contrary to the picture of impending disaster, of doom and gloom painted by the other side, we believe in the goodness and in the brightness of our Grenadian people, and we continue to support and promote that. We continue to maintain the consulate that we have in Toronto, doing an excellent job. We have recently appointed a Grenadian businessman of Indian origin as High Commissioner, non-resident High Commissioner to India. He went last year to present credentials, and having spent a couple of months in India, he has already opened 3 trade and economic offices, one in Mumbai, one in Bengaluru, and one in Delhi. Recognizing our financial limitations, very often we have to resort to using honorary consuls rather than full-fledged diplomats to get things done that otherwise would be left undone, to represent our citizens if they're in little difficulties, to seek trade and investment opportunities for us, and to provide general services at minimal cost to the government and people of Grenada. I am pleased to announce that we have recently appointed Dr. Eric Peters, young gentleman from Guelph, as our honorary consul in Barbados. We have established honorary consulates in Bangkok, Thailand, in Manila, Philippines, and in addition to the non-resident High Commissioner, we also have an honorary consul in Delhi, the Indian capital. We have appointed one in Hanoi, and another, Hanoi, Vietnam, and another in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Now, Mr. Speaker, we take these appointments extremely seriously, and the amount and quality of vetting that goes into it, second to none. The last thing we want is egg on our faces. So if we detect any little blemish, we tell you, sorry, we may have to try to find some other way in which you can serve. Recently, when the due diligence report came back, someone who wanted a position, my skin nearly dropped off of me. On the surface, perfect. Everything in order. But that digging, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important because we cannot afford to compromise the good name of our country. Gone are the days when all kinds of shady transactions were conducted in the name of the people of Grenada, only for us to be left embarrassed down the road. We're very careful about it. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that in order to facilitate business, you have to be able to facilitate the movement not only of goods, but the movement of people. And so we have been aggressively pursuing the signing of visa waiver agreements with a number of countries across the globe. We have recently signed with Ghana, awaiting ratification by the parliament. You know, recently they had a change in government, so we expect that there may be a little delay. We have recently engaged Egypt, and it is just a matter of time. We have already signed with the Republic of Benin and with the Kingdom of Morocco. We are currently in discussions with Qatar, Angola, and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, in the last reporting period, we have established diplomatic relations with Bangladesh, Cabo Verde, or maybe Cape Verde, some people might know it, Mauritius, Lesotho, Andorra, the Principality of Andorra, and the Kingdom of Jordan. All of these signings give us the opportunity to engage with a wider cross-section of people. It gives us more options and therefore more leverage and more opportunities. We are currently in discussion with the Gambia, Senegal, the Philippines, South Sudan, and Mauritania for the establishment of diplomatic relations. Our Office of Diaspora Affairs, led by Ambassador Terry Forrester, has been doing a wonderful job of staying connected with the diaspora, of leveraging the skills, assets, and talent of our people in the diaspora. And we continue to see the fruit of it through the sourcing of school supplies, medical supplies, food, musical instruments, and more recently, following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, the mobilization of much-needed resources to help alleviate the suffering of the people affected by Beryl. Mr. Speaker, I must take a moment to talk about something extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, there would be nothing remarkable about it. But our country was ravaged, the northern parts at least, by Hurricane Beryl, the 1st of July last year. Our Prime Minister was physically steering the ship rather than hiding on one. He could easily have asked for the CARICOM summit to move to another island and delay his chairmanship. But knowing that he had the backing of a solid team of rookies, he declined the offer to postpone. And his 6 months in office marked by strong advocacy for climate justice, especially for small island developing states, by a clarion call for reparatory justice. And his interventions have not gone unnoticed. In Barbados a couple weeks ago, the EU Commissioner, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, was publicly called out and had to respond. She had no choice. By our indefatigable, indomitable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister endorsed and promoted the Regional Digital Resilience Strategy during his tenure. He promoted the creation of Digital Skills Fund, which is designed to train 10,000 CARICOM youths in digital technology. He presided over the launch of the DigiSmart CARICOM Digital Skills Initiative, just to name a few. Grenada, you are well led and well served by a wise head on young shoulders. Mr. Speaker, in the area of trade and export development, we have been quite busy, and kudos to Permanent Secretary Clark and the team in Trade and Export Division, who have been working tirelessly to ensure that we build a sustainable, diversified, and resilient economy, who have been working to upgrade the abilities of the Bureau of Standards so that it can better serve the stakeholders. The Trade Division has consistently organized, and each time it's bigger and better, the Made in Grenada Expo, which is traditionally held around the Independence time, sometimes on the Carnage and the stadium, or both. They have also taken it outside of the St. George's area by hosting it in Granville, and on 2 occasions in my hometown, Sauterne, providing opportunities for people who would not have had the chance to display their wares and their creativity otherwise. So I commend them for that. Mr. Speaker, I turn to events in my constituency. I think by now everybody knows that I had to leave Parliament in a rush in March, almost a year to the day last year, because of a devastating fire that left about 18 people homeless in my home village of Shantimel. I will run the risk of inadvertently omitting some valuable donors, but I think I need to publicly acknowledge the contribution of the following entities and individuals in our effort to rehouse the people who lost their homes in a better way. Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, Hubbards, Huggins, Rannick & Thompson, Grenada Resorts Limited, that is the Chinese project in Liver, L&M Industries, Tantimerl, Shelter Solutions, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Gravel and Concrete Corporation. And I wish to also publicly recognize the selfless, untiring efforts of Shantivik, which is a committee that I put together to spearhead the relief and rebuilding efforts. That committee is headed by retired principal teacher, Mr. Speaker, I retroactively ask your leave to call names. Teacher Faith Phillip, Pastor Richard Alexander, and Ms. Solange Logie. The community has been rallying around the victims, and I'm pleased to announce that of the 5 houses destroyed, we have already begun construction on 3, and I'm advised that by the end of this month, a 4th one will be starting. One of the problems we are facing, which is a tribute to the strength of the economy, is that we are finding it difficult to get workers. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, we have to applaud the initiative of our people. And I wish to point out, to call out to a young man named Richie Rush from High Street Sattes, who runs a car wash business, who dedicated 1 day's takings from his business to burial relief. He donated cash and water. And this is a young man, probably in his 20s. And we are quick to point out about delinquency and youth this and youth astray. We have to give them the plaudits when they deserve it. Ambassador Richard Nixon has stepped up in a big way, both regarding Chantemel fire and burial. As a past student of mine from the Anglican High School, Ms. Sarah Banfield, who provided invaluable support to the farmers in terms of having the fields cleared by providing chainsaws and so on. The Venezuelan embassy also contributed specifically to St. Patrick, as well as did the Japanese embassy. I wish to say thank you to all those entities and individuals. Mr. Speaker, our people are regaining their entrepreneurial spirit. More and more, when people visit me at my constituency office, is not to ask for plyboard, but to ask for a cooler so that they could sell drinks, to ask for a deep fryer, to ask for some material to set up a little parlor. And that is the kind of thing that we have to encourage. A country cannot be built by half of the people sitting down and expecting the other half to mind them. We have to get rid of that culture. And I am pleased to say that I am seeing signs of it in St. Patrick. There's a young lady, Ms. Lynette Narayan from Redmond, who has set up a thriving agro-processing business in the Nutmeg area. Creams, sprays, rubs, ointments. And the Ministry of Trade has been giving her exceptional support. There's a gentleman in Mount Craven, Mr. Everett Fraser. Mind you, I'm not taking credit for that, but just highlighting for information purposes how some people are using the initiative to boost themselves and their communities consequently. Mr. Everett Fraser is one of the best known joiners in the St. Patrick area. He invited me to tour his facility, a new facility in Mount Craven, Front Street. And it's going to be top of the line. Office space, space for computers, all different kind of things that a modern setup requires. He said to me, I'm getting down in age. I want to leave a legacy. I want something to continue even after I leave. And that is the kind of vision that we have to support. There's a young man too in the creative field, David Gordon Jr., who for 2 years has been running the Northern Lights Festival, which is comparable to what takes place in quarantine around Christmas time. And my office in Sattes has been giving him exceptional support. The Ministry of Finance, the concessions desk, they're always very supportive, so I want to thank Minister Cornwall, PS Sylvester, and the rest of the staff at the Ministry of Finance. These are the kinds of initiatives we need to push in the rural areas so that Grenada can move forward, everybody together. Mr. Speaker, after years of neglect, what passes for the infrastructure in St. Patrick has fallen apart. Case in point, about a month ago, I invited PS Alva Brown in infrastructure and the Chief Technical Officer to do a tour of my constituency so that they could see for themselves the state of the bridges, many of which are calamities waiting to happen. We stopped at one in Montreat. We went underneath and they said, "Nah, Minister, we had to start on that one yesterday." I didn't say nothing because I know better. Couple 100 meters down the road, we got to the one in Snail Hall and the ball. "No, Minister, we had to start on that one the day before yesterday." Thankfully, they were able to engage a contractor. The work turned out to be more complex than originally thought, so it had to be paused so that proper engineering advice and guidance could be provided. And I'm advised that the work will resume on Monday, the 17th. Mr. Speaker, I continue to engage my constituents deliberately and regularly, contrary to the narrative you may be hearing out there. I became an MP and a minister. Unfortunately, I did not assume godlike qualities. And even God, when people come together, He's supposed to be everywhere. They say, "Let us invoke the presence of the Lord." So when I'm in Montreat, I cannot be in Chantemelle at the same time. But it is true, my consistent engagement with the people, I get to see firsthand many of the problems that they are faced with and can take, in many cases, immediate action to rectify them. That is why, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to erect protective guardrails on the borderline bridge between St. Mark and St. Patrick, what we call the Chapel Bridge. La Fortune, in Hermitage, in Canal Road, we are in the process of having them installed. A contractor has been identified. And these are the kinds of things that you see, that you observe when you move around your constituency. Mr. Speaker, Redmond is a little village that is close to my heart. I'm up there very, very often. It's a little village brimful of talent. Only a handful of inhabitants, a few families. The Elahis, the Narines, the Williams, and one or two others. Fletchers. In spite of having a population barely reaching 200, they have several players representing Grenada and Grenada Islands in cricket at different age group levels. And one of the burning aspirations of Redmond is to have a playing field. Just last week, I visited with my team to look at a site for a potential playing field, and I'm confident that I will get the support of my colleagues once the deal is reasonable for us to acquire that piece of land, to purchase that piece of land, to give the young people of Redmond the means to recreate themselves, but also to develop professionally cricket. We are also engaging in the usual retaining wall, road building, road repairing exercises right throughout the constituency. Every village has been impacted by it. Prospect Darby, lit. And we're in the process of installing some more solar lights in some of the more dimly lit areas throughout the constituency. I advise that will begin this week. Darby, again. We are currently in negotiation with a family that owns a parcel of land that hopefully we can secure for the establishment of housing, playing field, and community resource center. I wish to thank my cabinet colleagues for approving and ultimately purchasing the old Caribbean Cinema property in Marley, just outside Sauterne. Very soon we'll be engaging the constituents in public discussions as to how best to proceed with that facility. Traffic is a nightmare in Sauterne, and we have already begun with the intervention of MIT and the Ministry of Infrastructure, the construction of a bypass road linking Marley with Sauterne that should go some way towards alleviating the traffic congestion. Mr. Speaker, the Breakwater project is a headache for everyone. And I am pleased to announce that in December last year, the Caribbean Development Bank approved a facility providing $10 million for the extension and improvement of that Breakwater project. We could have rushed into it, but we recognize, as the old saying goes, it is better to measure twice and cut once. So the necessary environmental and social impact assessments were done. Consultations were held with the people in the community who understand local conditions better than any engineer or expert can. All of those were incorporated, and we are now in the pre-qualification phase. So I've been assured by the technical people that by the second half of this year, we will see the resumption of that project. Mr. Speaker, we have repaired the community centers in Chantimel and Monkridge. There are still some little issues with Monkridge in that the ceiling, which is made of concrete, is sort of shelling. So some more remedial work has to be done there to ensure its safety. And I take this opportunity to enjoin my constituents to please let us take care of our property. If we damage it, if we use it injudiciously, we will be without it again for a long period of time. And it costs money to repair, to maintain, to rebuild. So it's ours. Let's take best care of it. Mr. Speaker, education, ICT are paramount importance to this government. And it is with that in mind that I approached the Chinese embassy and was able to secure enough devices to properly outfit the IT lab at McDonald College, and that will be for the use not only of the school, but for the surrounding communities of Marley, Lamode, and Sauterne. Mr. Speaker, we have recently, again, through the intervention of MIT, refurbished the Monkridge basketball court. And I've been assured by Honorable Delma Thomas that the lights will be repaired in short order. So we're looking forward to that. One of the disappointing things to me has been our slowness in finally putting the Monkridge Medical Station back into full use. I am pleased to report that we have finally got to a stage where very soon work will begin to ensure that that facility is rehabilitated and put to the use of the residents of Monkridge and Snell Hall. The Sauterne Health Complex, which over the years has deteriorated to an extent that, frankly speaking, it cannot be called a health facility. It is itself in need of serious medical attention. This year, work will begin on the rehabilitation of the Sauterne Medical Facility. Mr. Speaker, the community of Snell Hall will be smiling again soon. We have completed the road from the main road from the Snell Hall main road leading up to the playing field itself. and we have secured funding for the construction of bathroom and changing facilities, as well as a mini pavilion for the residents of Snell Hall. This should be starting soon. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Cornwall and I signed an agreement with the Chinese city Ningbo, which is located in Zhejiang province, China. And I'm pleased to announce that the fruit of that agreement will soon be visible to us. A shipment of agricultural, educational, fisheries, and sporting supplies is on its way to St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, we also sought, Minister Cornwall and I, and obtained a brand new custom-built ambulance for the people of St. Patrick. We are furthest away from the capital. The roads are long, transportation is expensive and often unreliable. Therefore, it is important that we put in place measures to protect and to serve the people of St. Patrick. And Mr. Karen James, I understand that all you borrow, we ambulance. We want it back soon. Anyways, for all the people of Grenada, I'm just being a little facetious here. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be engaging on a project to put up signage throughout the constituency of St. Patrick West. That may seem an unimportant task, but trying to find your good friend Pedro, not Honorable Peter David, and somebody tell you, just go down so and then you go see an old truck around a corner, and there we stay. And you get there, and the night before, the scrap metal dealers, they had removed the old truck. And you're lost. So we are going to take care of that.
Remove the whole house.
We are going to take care of that by erecting proper signage throughout the constituency, Mr. Speaker. We have also done some temporary work to provide better sanitary facilities for the people of St. Patrick, particularly those in Sauteurs or those who visit Sauteurs, by repairing the public toilet at the Breakwater facility and also repairing those at the Sauteurs bus terminal, which in itself is another story, Mr. Speaker. After years of nobody paying any attention to it, the vegetable market, the meat market, the fish market, there's some work being done on the fish market, started by the previous administration, so take your credit, and the shelter at the bus terminal area. All of these require urgent attention. We have identified the public buildings in Sauteurs, and we are going to work with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development to take steps to ensure that where possible, they are restored. If they cannot be restored, they are demolished and something better put in their place. I'm not saying that these will happen next month, but all of these are things that we are looking at as a means of enhancing the physical beauty of Sauteurs and providing more and better economic opportunities for the people of the Northern Parish. Mr. Speaker, as I close, it would be remiss of me not to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Andrew Southeast on assuming the position of Leader of the Opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I wish her a very long tenure in that position. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to congratulate her for staying the course, unlike her predecessor. She has shown that she has the stamina to stay for the whole day. I would like to say thank you to the hardworking people at the MP office for St. Patrick West, located in Sauteurs. Your service to the public has been exemplary. I've never called on you and not got something, if not immediately, as soon as practicable. Same goes for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development. Prime Minister for reposing the confidence in me to have me function in a ministerial capacity. My colleagues for being the wonderful team, the wonderful support mechanism that we all are to each other. And most importantly, the people of St. Patrick West, who have put the confidence in me to be your representative in this House of Parliament, and with whom I will only intensify my engagement in the coming period. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to make this contribution, and I wish all members all the best. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. Patrick West, for your presentation. And I now turn the floor over to the MP for the constituency of St. John to make her contribution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I stand before this honorable House this evening with deep pride and an unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, and most specifically, my beloved constituents of St. John. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly endorse the 2025 to 2027 national budget as presented by my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Minister Dennis Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold and forward-thinking budget, one that secures the foundation for long-term sustainable development. It is a budget that is transformational, one that reflects not just numbers, but real tangible impacts for our people. The theme, Mr. Speaker, towards Vision 75, Grenada Resilient and Rising, is timely and relevant. Resilience is no longer an option, it is a necessity. Our country has faced climate threats, economic pressures, and infrastructural neglect, yet this administration has boldly stepped forward with a plan that does not just react to crises, but actively prepares for the future. Since assuming office just 2 years and 8 months ago, Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated what visionary, what strategic, and competent leadership looks like. Mr. Speaker, where past administrations left behind stagnation and inaction, we have delivered meaningful progress. Where others failed to invest in resilience, we have made climate action a national priority. And so this budget, Mr. Speaker, is not just about the present, it is about ensuring real sustained development for the next 75 years. At its core, Mr. Speaker, it underscores the fundamental importance of climate resilience, environmental stewardship, and renewable energy as essential pillars of Grenada's sustainable development strategy. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into my substantive part in terms of highlighting my ministry, I want to turn to the progress made in my constituency, the constituency of St. John. My people know, Mr. Speaker, that I do not make empty promises. I deliver. Over the past year, we have implemented strategic, impactful, and community-driven initiatives that are transforming the physical, economic, and social landscape of St. John. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to infrastructure development, road rehabilitation, and transportation network upgrades, We have the Black Bay, for example, a critical roadway enhancement completed near the Two Rock area, improving commuter safety and access. We also seen improvement in Dalton Estate, Power Park, and Douglaston Estate, whereby asphalt and concrete resurfacing successfully executed, increasing road durability and traffic efficiency, benefiting both farmers and residents alike. Mr. Speaker, the Mongrambi to Douglaston Road, also known as Shortcut, accessibility improvements implemented, offering an alternative, well-maintained route for residents and agricultural businesses. Mr. Speaker, if we go up to the north of the constituency, Cocotong and Florida, road rehabilitation initiatives was completed, strengthening rural connectivity and supporting economic activity. Mr. Speaker, in Market Square, slipper drain installation was finalized just at the latter part of last year, enhancing stormwater management and public infrastructure resilience. As it relates to drainage and flood mitigation initiative, Mr. Speaker, we have seen Loreto Community Drainage Enhancement, a comprehensive drainage improvement, including cross-culvert installation, completed to mitigate waterlogging and erosion risks. In relation to elderly-friendly infrastructure improvements, Mr. Speaker, we continue to install and construct community footpaths, ongoing initiatives to improve pedestrian mobility, ensuring a safer and more accessible walkways for our elderly residents and persons with disabilities. Significant upgrades have been undertaken at the Douglaston Cemetery, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the structural integrity, accessibility, and overall functionality. This includes the installation of a perimeter railing, providing reinforced safety and improved aesthetic appeal. Additionally, a new footpath has been constructed to ensure easier accessibility, particularly for the elderly and persons with mobility challenges. Mr. Speaker, the extensive renovations have been completed on the toilet facilities and the open space roof-covered area, enhancing both public convenience and the dignity of the space for visitors and families. Mr. Speaker, we have also started, and it was a controversial road, the Mongo Road. After being broken for over 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this long-awaited rehabilitation project has commenced and will be completed during this fiscal year 2025. And Mondo, you are next. Mr. Speaker, the Granwell retaining wall. After over 5 years of neglect, this critical protective structure is finally set for reconstruction for 2025. We also have, Mr. Speaker, the Maboya Road Rehabilitation, another long overdue project that will enhance accessibility and transportation safety for residents, and work is due to commence there this year. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to housing and social development, a commitment to my people, 30 new homes have been built under the National Housing Program, providing safe, modern living conditions. 50 homes have been repaired, well over 40 new bathroom and toilets installed, significantly improving hygiene and sanitation for households in need. Some of the ongoing projects we have, Mr. Speaker, we have 35 additional bathrooms, 32 more housing repairs, and 15 new homes already under construction. Mr. Speaker, this government remains deeply committed to fostering community resilience, economic empowerment, and social well-being. Through targeted interventions, we have provided direct support to vulnerable populations, businesses, educational institutions, faith-based organizations, and grassroots community initiatives. Some of the key community development interventions that we have been able to assist with thus far, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Housing assistance for special victims in a total of $82,362.22 allocated to support individuals and families affected by natural disasters, including landslides, floods, and hurricanes, ensuring that those most in need receive critical housing aid in times of crisis and speedily. Mr. Speaker, we have also had a robust small business support initiative in the amount of $22,095.72 provided to entrepreneurs and micro business owners to strengthen local economies, create jobs, and promote self-sufficiency at the constituency level. In relation to educational and faith-based institutional support, Mr. Speaker, an approximation of $30,000 invested in schools and churches, recognizing their pivotal role in education, community cohesion, and social development. Strengthening community celebrations and cultural events, an allocation of $40,000 to support collaborations between community organizations, sporting clubs, and other social clubs, ensuring vibrant, inclusive, and meaningful community engagement was also realized. Mr. Speaker, in relation to community infrastructure and environmental resilience, we have seen work on the Dr. Bell pedestrian bridge rehabilitation, a critical infrastructure upgrade to enhance pedestrian accessibility and safety in the community, the Loreto Community Road Self-Help Initiative, a community-driven effort to improve road conditions, demonstrating the power of local collaboration and self-reliance. The Marigot Bay cleanup in approximation of $10,000, Mr. Speaker, invested in pre-hurricane marine debris removal and emergency clearing, directly assisting fishers in securing their vessels and safeguarding their livelihoods before Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, it would be a grave omission if I did not take this opportunity to commend this government, a government of vision and decisive leadership, for empowering every member of parliament, both on the government side as well as the opposition side, with a dedicated constituency allowance. I didn't hear much of it today, but I know we can account for it on this side, and certainly I can for my constituency. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, revolutionized constituency representation by ensuring that MPs have direct access to financial resources to provide immediate, tangible support to the people that we serve. This allocation, Mr. Speaker, is not just a budgetary provision. It is a bold policy shift that acknowledges a fundamental truth. Our constituents should not have to endure endless bureaucratic red tape to receive basic urgent assistance. Unlike past administrations, Mr. Speaker, that left MPs at the mercy of a slow-moving system, this government has ensured that representatives can directly respond to pressing health emergencies. I've heard a story and an example raised by, an innocent child. It can also help us with educational needs and social support requests without unnecessary delays and putting strain on our personal finances. Mr. Speaker, in terms of direct assistance to vulnerable individuals and families, we have been able to give education assistance in over $8,000 spent to provide financial relief to students and families, ensuring access to educational resources, tuition assistance, and other academic necessities that can buffer what is already happening underneath the Ministry of Education. And I must big up and boast about two of my young, intelligent, inspiring female constituents, Erin and Kimmel, who has benefited and is currently in the US now, excelling well, balancing the academic pursuits and women's football. Mr. Speaker, medical assistance. We have given medical assistance through that same constituency allowance in over $10,000 in supporting individuals facing health-related financial burdens, ensuring that they receive essential treatment, medication, and emergency care as best as and as far as it can go. In relation to small business grants, Mr. Speaker, we have given to date in the amount of $43,321.62, a combination of both constituency allowance that all MPs get on both the government and opposition side, and community development funds under the Ministry of Social Development. We have dedicated, Mr. Speaker, to empowering micro and small business owners, fostering economic independence and entrepreneurship, and helping businesses recover and thrive at the constituency level. Mr. Speaker, we have also supported with utility connections and households provided to assist single parents, elderly individuals, and vulnerable families in securing basic utility services such as electricity and water improvements for the standard of living. In relation to empowering communities through skills development and economic resilience, Mr. Speaker, we have had a skills training and certification program for food handlers and mixologists, a workshop. Over $3,000 was invested in enhancing food safety and bartending skills, equipping participants with certifications to increase employability in the hospitality sector as a program, Mr. Speaker, that was done in collaboration with the Ministry of Health under the Nutrition Council. Mr. Speaker, in relation to our Fishermen Support Initiative, we had a fishermen voucher program. $14,000 was spent to provide local fishers with essential tools, including nets, gears, and other critical equipment, reinforcing sustainable fishing practices and economic security for the sector during the month of June, which is known for our 29 June celebrations, the Feast of St. Peter and Paul. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to empowering individuals, strengthening families, and securing livelihoods. Unlike previous representatives that viewed social support as an afterthought or a political transaction, this MP here, I prioritize real and tangible interventions, ensuring that resources flow directly into the hands of those who need them most, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, supporting my constituents to give them a hand up and not a handout. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have embarked on our solar lighting projects. Over 150 solar street lights has been installed in areas such as Bamboo, Power Park, Marigot Bay, Palmis, and Guelph to improve security, reduce electricity costs, and promote renewable energy use. Mr. Speaker, this is not just policy, it is action. It is proof that things are happening in St. John. It is governance that uplifts, that empowers, and delivers. Mr. Speaker, I would use the balance of my time to turn my focus to the works that the air hostess, or if I must be diplomatically correct within the House, the works that I have accomplished and plan to accomplish under the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy. Mr. Speaker, the ministry stands at the helm of our nation's response to climate change, spearheading efforts to mitigate risk and secure a resilient and sustainable future. This, Mr. Speaker, calls for a whole-of-society approach, one that fosters strategic partnerships across the public and private sectors, civil societies, and other communities. Our mission is to mobilize resources, safeguard livelihoods, protect ecosystems, and enhance economic resilience in the face of climate-related threats. This year, we have an amount of 16.1 million EC dollars that have been allocated to drive national incentives in climate action, energy security, and sustainable development, of which recurrent amounts to 2.9 million and capital 13.1 million. Mr. Speaker, in relation to renewable energy, there is no greater testament to this government's bold and unwavering political will than our commitment to transitioning Grenada into a clean energy powerhouse. Renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, is not simply an environmental agenda. It is an economic and social imperative, a driver of national security, and a catalyst for sustained prosperity. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, our nation has been shackled by the volatility of fossil fuel imports, vulnerable to fluctuating oil prices that drain our economic resources. This administration, Mr. Speaker, refuses to be held hostage by an outdated energy paradigm. Instead, we are executing a decisive strategic shift, one that will position Grenada as a regional leader in renewable energy, unlocking economic growth, lowering energy costs for our people, and ensuring a climate-resilient future. Through an unprecedented combination of policy reform, direct investment, and international partnerships, we are laying the foundation for a modern energy sector, Mr. Speaker, one that will empower households, businesses, and industries alike. Our policies are not reactionary. They are visionary, forward-thinking, and built on the principles of energy sovereignty and sustainability. And Mr. Speaker, let me be unequivocal. This government is not merely discussing renewable energy, but we are delivering on it. From scaling up solar PV installations to advancing our 15-megawatt geothermal energy project and pioneering an ambitious e-mobility framework, we are turning bold commitments into tangible realities. They ask for what we're doing new, so I'm just giving a little thing, right? The days of dependency are behind us, Mr. Speaker. We are not waiting for the future, we are building it now. Mr. Speaker, permit me to now outline some of the strategic initiatives under renewable energy that will propel Grenada toward a cleaner, more energy-secure future. First, the Grenada Geothermal Energy Development Project is making significant strides in advancing the country's clean energy transition. Currently in its exploration phase, the project aims to confirm the viability of a 15-megawatt geothermal facility, which is expected to provide 45% of Grenada's peak electricity demand and deliver stable renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, we must commend the support we have been given by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of over 10 million sterling grant from that facility and US $9.4 million in grant financing from the Caribbean Development Bank. The total funding for exploratory drilling now exceeds $22 million US. Key activities completed thus far includes, Mr. Speaker, environmental and social impact assessments, geotechnical investigations, and stakeholder engagements. With phase 2, Mr. Speaker, exploratory drilling currently underway. This initiative underscores the government's unwavering commitment to reducing fossil fuel dependence and securing Grenada's long-term energy resilience. The 2025 budget allocation of $3.6 million further demonstrates the government's dedication to accelerating this transformative project. Mr. Speaker, one of my biggest highlights for the year 2025 is the Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Buildings Project. Recently approved by the World Bank's Board of Executive Directors, it is a transformative initiative aimed at enhancing energy efficiency and accelerating Grenada's transition to renewable energy by addressing the country's heavy dependence on imported fossil fuels and outdated electricity infrastructure. This project, Mr. Speaker, will modernize the energy sector through retrofitting over 10 government buildings with LED lighting, smart energy management systems, and efficient cooling technologies to reduce energy consumption and operational costs. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, on-grid and off-grid solar PV systems will be developed to diversify Grenada's energy sources, strengthen battery storage capacity for improved grid stability, and implement net billing policies to allow access to renewable energy to be fed into the national grid. The project, Mr. Speaker, a new one, will also provide policy and regulatory support, facilitating the development of a national energy efficiency policy, encouraging private sector investment in renewables, encouraging and fostering regional collaboration to harmonize energy policies. A significant emphasis, Mr. Speaker, is placed on capacity building and job creation, offering technical training to government agencies and local professionals, promoting female participation in the energy sector, and generating employment opportunities in solar installation, energy auditing, and infrastructure maintenance, all of which can help with the re-educating of our young men and women in this country to take advantage of the opportunities in the new economy. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's participation is supported by a $40 million concessional financing package from the World Bank International Development Association, or the IDA, an $8.5 million loan from the Clean Technology Fund, and technical assistance from the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency and the OECS to facilitate pool procurement and renewable energy technologies. This initiative represents a major milestone in Grenada's journey towards energy sustainability, reducing the nation's reliance on imported fuels while fostering a more resilient and energy-secure future. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility is a mouthful, is another transformative project that the ministry will be engaging in for the year. This initiative is aimed at accelerating renewable energy investments, enhancing energy security, and mitigating climate and natural disasters risks. Spearheaded by the ECCB and the World Bank, this initiative leverages regional synergies to achieve economies of scale while ensuring tailored national implementation. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's $35.4 million financing package under this project includes a $10 million IDA credit for equity capital in risk mitigation mechanisms, a $21.7 million for renewable energy integration and infrastructure modernization, including a $15.7 million in IDA credit, and a $6 million from the Clean Technology Fund. We also would see $3 million IDA credit for institutional strengthening of project implementation units. Some of the key components of this initiative, Mr. Speaker, would be the Regional Renewable Energy Unit, which would lead project development, aggregation, and tendering. The Risk Mitigation Facility, which encourages or will encourage private capital investment through partial credit guarantees, and a renewable energy integration, which would see strengthening national grids for better renewable energy uptake, including battery storage solutions. We will also see underneath this project, Mr. Speaker, a contingent emergency response, which aims to provide rapid financial support to restore energy infrastructure after disasters. Mr. Speaker, through a strong collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Energy, PERC, and GrenLec at the helm, the government is advancing the development of a utility-scale solar PV project at the Maurice Bishop International Airport under an independent power producer model to strengthen Grenada's renewable energy mix and attract private sector investment. Backed by a $10 million pledge to the Caribbean Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility via the ECCB, this initiative, Mr. Speaker, reflects our unwavering commitment to expanding renewable energy, modernizing infrastructure for energy security, and fostering clean energy investment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, another key new initiative that this ministry will undertake in this fiscal year is the Solar for All, expanding energy access. Mr. Speaker, access to reliable and affordable energy is a cornerstone of economic empowerment. The Solar for All project will provide solar PV solutions to energy-impoverished populations across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. This initiative prioritizes vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, single-parent households, and small-scale agro-processors. Some of the key impacts that we would see on this project is easier energy access, off-grid solar PV system for underserved households, cost reduction, grid-tied solar PV installation to lower electricity expenses, economic inclusion, renewable energy solutions for small businesses, and geographic equity, fair distribution of benefits across the Tri-Island state. Mr. Speaker, with funding secured from the International Solar Alliance, Phase 1 will benefit approximately 300 individuals in its first year. Over $2 million EC has been identified for this initiative, with further expansion contingent on the success of the initial phase. Mr. Speaker, the Renewable Energy Division has made other significant strides in promoting sustainable energy solutions. A national e-mobility workshop has successfully organized training for 40 participants to advance electric mobility initiatives. We have also trained 60 importers in the safe use, handling, and storage of refrigerants. We have launched Grenada's Climate and Ozone Protection Program, highlighting our alignment with international environmental standards. We have established a Recovery, Recycling, and Reclamation Center at the Solid Waste Management Authority to support sustainable refrigerant management and reduce ozone-depleting emissions. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that this is a milestone achievement as we are the first in the region to achieve a Recovery, Recycling and Reclamation Center. Mr. Speaker, 30 persons were trained in the use of solar water pumps, supporting sustainable water management for agriculture and other sectors. A national consultation was held for solar PV stakeholders, ensuring broad-based collaboration on renewable energy solutions. The ministry finalized our Grenada's national energy policy, establishing a clear framework for our transition to renewable energy. Progress was also made with the drafting of the Energy Efficiency Act and the initiations of the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan to streamline energy planning. Mr. Speaker, in relation to support to Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority and arrival of key equipment, as you know, the ministry is a line ministry for the authority. On December 4th, 2024, we welcomed the first shipment of major equipment to Carriacou, signifying a new chapter in our journey towards enhanced, environmentally sound waste management. Central to this shipment is an industrial dual-purpose wood shredder, which have been safely transported to the Hillsborough playing field for commissioning and has already been commissioned. Along with the shredder, we also received critical supporting machinery, including a fuel supply trailer, field lights to facilitate 24-hour operations, safety gear for site staff. This suite of equipment includes a low-speed, high-performance grinder designed for shredding construction timber and large trees accumulated at temporary disposal sites. This machine, valued at approximately $1.5 million was manufactured by Verma of Iowa, USA, and is one of only 7 such machines distributed globally. Grenada is proud, Mr. Speaker, to be the first in the Caribbean to acquire this advanced technology. Indeed, this speaks to the way we are leading in innovation and environmental stewardship. 11 staff members, Mr. Speaker, of the authority underwent comprehensive training provided by the technicians from Verma and Cadwell. This ensured that there was proper operation and maintenance of the equipment at Harveyville and Hillsborough. Additional equipment procured, Mr. Speaker, includes a trommel screen with eddy currents for material recovery and soil remediation, a baler for metal processing, hook, roll-on and roll-off truck platform with bins for waste transport and distribution, a tractor head and lowboy for major transport, a wheeled excavator and mini excavator with advanced attachments for loading and processing support. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada has made a historic investment in approximately $3.1 million towards equipment procurement. This is the single largest investment in the authorities in our waste management infrastructure by any government in over 20 years. I don't know how the people used to do it. Mr. Speaker, this initiative and this investment will not only address the immediate waste management challenges posed by Hurricane Beryl, but it also paved the way for long-term sustainability, waste management, and resilience of the authority. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to touch too much on the cleanup and all of that because I felt as though my colleague spoke to that in great details earlier on. And, you know, I know sometimes we talk words, mouth open, words jump out. That was a statement that was made. But when I thought that he actually showed the pictures as to the transformation that happened in Carriacou, the cleanup and the response that we have given the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, I really thought persons would have used, you know, the little common sense that we have to see that things are really and truly happening following the passage of Hurricane Barry. But, Mr. Speaker, a comment was made regarding the current use or the current and correct use of playing fields to sort and code hurricane debris. Mr. Speaker, the opposition's claim that the government mismanaged post-Hurricane Beryl debris by using playing fields instead of dumping everything in Dumfries landfill is not only factually incorrect, but it demonstrates a lack of understanding of international best practices in disaster waste management and environmental sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada, in collaboration with the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, executed a scientifically sound, internationally recognized approach to hurricane debris management, prioritizing efficiency, environmental sustainability, and public health. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked why playing fields were used for debris sorting and compacting. Well, I decided to not only take it on my words because I'm just a little girl in the house. So I wanted to bring some examples of why playing fields. So, Mr. Speaker, playing fields provide the optimal conditions, and I don't think that they understand the magnitude and the amount of debris that we had to deal with, right? But it gives us the optimal conditions for effective debris management. They offer a large, flat, open space, allowing for heavy machinery such as excavators, compactors, sorting cranes to operate efficiently. They also allow for better air circulation and drying of debris, reducing the risk of contamination, mold buildup, and odor accumulation common in landfills. And I think you know how perseverance will smell. Mr. Speaker, easy accessibility also allows for a systematic sorting process, reducing landfill overburdening by ensuring that recyclable and reusable materials are separated before final disposal, because we do have some ongoing projects with the recycled organics under the OECS banner. We also have global best practices as to why we use playing fields or large open space, Mr. Speaker, in disaster waste management. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, both recommended decentralized debris sorting in post-disaster zones as the first step before final landfill disposal. Mr. Speaker, and I will use probably 2 case studies due to the time. We have, for example, Hurricane Katrina in the USA, 2005. That was the same time we had Hurricane Emily. The U.S. Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, used multiple open fields across Louisiana and Mississippi as temporary debris sorting and processing sites before moving waste to long-term disposal facilities. Mr. Speaker, the question also arose, what would have happened if we had dumped everything in Dumfries? Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they know the size of Dumfries. I don't think they have ever been there to see the space in Dumfries. But Dumfries landfill, Mr. Speaker, would have been overwhelmed and eventually collapsed. This is the only landfill that we have in Carriacou for both Petit Martinique and Carriacou, and it has a limited capacity. Dumping thousands of cubic meters of mixed hurricane debris at once, Mr. Speaker, would have exceeded the landfill waste processing capacity, causing rapid overfill, increased the risk of toxic runoff, dangerous liquid contamination seeping into Carriacou's water table, affecting groundwater and marine ecosystems, and we have livestock around the area as well too. it would have created an uncontrollable fire hazard. We see that happen in Carriacou, whether it was human or chemical. But we saw it happen in one of the landfills, Mr. Speaker, with mixed combustibles materials such as wood, plastics, chemicals, and metals, raising the risk of spontaneous landfill fires, which are common in overloaded disposal sites. Mr. Speaker, if we had chosen to put all of the debris in Dumfries landfill as well, it would have cut the remaining landfill lifespan in half, forcing all-year closure and requiring costly new landfill development. And that is the kind of things that they just say haphazardly in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, to mislead people and to create unnecessary drama and tension and to distract people from what is really happening. And so, Mr. Speaker, because of the science backed by why we could not have and we would not have dumped all of the hurricane debris in Dumfries landfill, I stand firmly, Mr. Speaker, in support with the Solid Waste Management Authority, one of the best in the OACS region, and might I dare say the best in the world in terms of waste management, that this government's response to the cleaning up of both Carriacou and Petit Matnik post-hurricane Beryl was not just effective, but environmentally responsible based on internationally recognized standards. We're not an island by itself, or those booting. Mr. Speaker, some of our key achievements in 2024, and I am proud to highlight them. We have underneath environmental protection and biodiversity conservation. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, we published the Citizens Guide to Grenada's National Ecosystem Assessment, integrating science and traditional knowledge for informed decision-making through a strategic partnership with the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute, or I call them CANARI for short. Grenada has successfully implemented or completed its National Ecosystem Assessment, making us the first small island developing state to do so using globally recognized IPBES methodology. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening synergies among multilateral environmental agreements, or MEAs, to enhance the sustainable management of our marine, freshwater, and terrestrial ecosystems. That's what the ecosystem's go, the travel for. Right? Mr. Speaker, another reason or another example of why we travel, we have been able to, under the Division of Environment, mobilize $3.1 million for biodiversity conservation. The Resilient Islands Project, Mr. Speaker, ecosystem-based resilience, reef restoration in Soubise, shoreline stabilization, and maybe it would have been nice to see the members in St. Andrews be present and be there. Shoreline stabilization and smart fisher facility in Soubise was completed. The project, Mr. Speaker, is hailed as best practice and a blueprint for coastal resilience in the region. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan and finalized a Coastal Zone Management Framework to guide future development. Mr. Speaker, the GCF, or the Green Climate Fund, Enhanced Direct Access Project, and I won't spend too much time on it because earlier on my colleague made mention of it, in Grenada, have implemented underneath my ministry and have achieved significant progress across its key components. Strengthening institutions, Mr. Speaker. The project successfully enhanced the capacity of local institutions such as TAMCC. The project completed the construction of the roofs of the administrative building and the School for Continuing Education, enhancing institutions' capacity to deliver quality education and training. These construction, Mr. Speaker, commenced in January 2023 and officially handed over in May 2024. This project was valued at $339,000 EC. And the Mackey Community Development Center, it is also serving a dual purpose as an emergency shelter. This project has successfully been constructed with a vital community center and emergency shelter, providing a safe space for residents during natural disasters and a hub for social activities. Mr. Speaker, small grants have been awarded to community organizations to implement locally led adaptation projects. Training programs have been conducted to equip stakeholders with the necessary knowledge and skills in areas like climate change, adaptation, and mitigation underneath one of the components, component 3. Mr. Speaker, nature-based solutions have also been an area, key feature of this project. The project has supported the implementation of nature-based solutions such as mangrove restoration and coastal protection to safeguard ecosystems and communities in Lauriston, Carriacou. Unfortunately, as a result of Hurricane Beryl, and when the Minister for Carriacou was showing the picture of his jetty and all of that, you would have seen some of the mangroves there were significantly impacted and damaged. But we are now in the process, Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the new ministry to get plans for the replanting phase. Mr. Speaker, the project has also provided financial support to small businesses to adopt climate-friendly practices. Efforts have also been made to promote investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency, and the project has also provided concessional loans to vulnerable households to invest in climate-resilient measures such as home improvement and business adaptation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague also talked about the project as it relates to the Program for Adolescent Mothers, or PAM. The trainings have been completed: grant proposal writing, shelter management training, basic first aid training, empowering businesses for a resilient future have all been training programs that have been done underneath that program. A key component, Mr. Speaker, of the project is the provision of concessional loans to these vulnerable households and small businesses. The initiative, Mr. Speaker, aims to empower individuals and businesses to invest in climate-resilient measures such as home improvements and business adaptations. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024, all funds allocated to this component under the DDA project have been committed, with a significant portion already disbursed to beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, a total of 108 loans amounting to $1.9 million have been approved. These funds are primarily directed towards the following critical areas: structural upgrades. 40% of the loans have been allocated to strengthening homes and businesses against natural disasters, flood and erosion control. 37% of these loans, Mr. Speaker, have been directed towards measures to mitigate the impacts of flooding and erosions, and renewable energy. Approximately 11% of the loans have been used to promote renewable energy adoption. Mr. Speaker, in the area of climate resilience, we have seen achievement in the following areas: the establishment of a portfolio for climate resilience projects for the ministry, the re-establishment of effective donor agency coordination to facilitate cooperation between Grenada and the major climate funds, recorded increased grant resource mobilized from multilateral and bilateral donors, the re-establishment of a national climate change focal point network, the revision of Grenada National Adaptation Plan, which is now going through the validation process. Grenada became a signatory as well to the UNICEF Declaration on Youth and Children in Climate Change. We have also commenced work on Grenada's first biennial transparency report, the BTR, and national communication, a key step towards small islands doing big things, taking accountability and charting the way forward for a sustainable future. Mr. Speaker, the key activities of my ministry will include, but not limited to, providing improved coordination for climate finance, facilitating and supporting international engagement and negotiations for the advancement of SID's agenda within the UNFCCC or the Paris Agreement framework, leading, facilitating, and supporting local stakeholder engagement for climate resilience development, creating, implementing, and tracking, and updating appropriate policies and plans for climate resilience. We also aim, Mr. Speaker, to mobilize and negotiate grant climate finance resources for priority climate resilience programs and projects. We aim to guide the development and design of climate resilience programs and projects, to facilitate and support climate screening of capital programs, projects within the public sector investment program. We aim to develop, manage, and maintain climate resilience project bank, to support the accreditation of the ministry and other institutions for the accreditation to priority climate finance organizations and funders. Mr. Speaker, we also aim to advance policy and legislative process for plastic waste management. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the Rural Development Unit, we are spearheading the construction of a climate resilience multi-use space at Grandin School for Special Education at an estimated amount of $840,420.23. The contract for this project has been approved by the Public Tenders Board, and the project will commence next month. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, 2 other major climate resilience projects are being pursued under my ministry aimed at building resilience at the community and constituency level. The first one being the rehabilitation of the Palmis Dig, a key historical site in St. John, and the construction of a fisherman's locker in Old Road, providing secure storage for the fishing community there. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate, and I must touch on that part, that in the Leader of Opposition's rebuttal to this budget, and more so for the other members, through you, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, who have sought to misrepresent this government's firm and documented commitment to tackling the Sagazom issue. Mr. Speaker, contrary to her claims of inaction, my ministry, under Vote 28, has been aggressively implementing a comprehensive Sagazom valorization strategy that not only addresses the immediate concerns of Sagazom collection, as was alluded to in the presentation earlier, but it also transforms this environmental challenge into an economic opportunity, something that is new. So, Mr. Speaker, Sagazom valorization is big on the ministry's agenda. Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues to advance its Sagazom initiative as part of a broader effort to address marine environmental challenges while fostering sustainable economic opportunities. Over the past year, several key activities have been undertaken to accelerate the development of this initiative, Mr. Speaker. The first being the hosting of a successful, well-attended, internationally so, Sagazom conference. This regional Sagazom conference, Mr. Speaker, brought together over 300 experts, industry stakeholders, policymakers, and researchers to discuss best practices, innovative solutions, and potential business models for Sagazom management and valorization. The conference, Mr. Speaker, highlighted scalable solutions, market opportunities, and financing mechanisms to transform Sagazom into valuable products such as biofertilizers, animal feed, and biofuels. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also engaged with various stakeholders, including the local fishers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and private sector representatives, to gather insight on the potential applications of Sagazom and the challenges faced in its collection, processing, and commercialization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have 10 minutes left, so I beg for the 15 or the next 10 to go with that, please. Mr. Speaker.
Maybe I will tell you how much is granted at the end of your time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, these discussions have informed the development of a structured approach to incentivize participation and investment in Sagazom valorization. Mr. Speaker, in response to the growing need of a coordinated national approach, my ministry also established the Sagazom Valorization Task Force to oversee and guide efforts in research, policy, investment, and project implementation.